Order. Please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the March 25th meeting of City Council. Before we confirm the agenda, I just wanted to make a small presentation related to the Canadian Institute of Planners. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Canadian Institute of Planners. The Institute is a national organization whose members contribute to the planning, the development, and the protection of land across the country. These professional planners assist municipalities in helping to ensure that our communities are healthy, vibrant, and accessible to everyone. The City of Regina is proud to have many professional planners on staff who contribute to building our great city. The Council of the City of Regina would like to recognize the centenary of the Canadian Institute of Planners and extend our good wishes to its members on this occasion and support their continued contributions to the municipal land use and planning in the future. So on behalf of City Council, I'd ask Karen Bolton, the Vice President of the Canadian Institute of Planners, to come forward with the recognition of this declaration. Please come into the center here. Congratulations. Thank you very much for that. And with that, I'll now move on to the confirmation of the agenda. Councillor Bryce.
I'll move the agenda with the following, with the additions from the clerk's office.
Right.
And I'd also like to table MN 19-3 and 4.
The seconder for that, please. Councillor Hawkins. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Bryce. The minutes for the February 25th meeting of Council. Motion for that, please. Councillor Young. Seconder. Councillor Bershiani. Any errors, omission, discussion on the minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to the delegation, communication, advertised, and public notice bylaws and related reports. We have our first delegation, Karen Weiss. Identify who you are, who both of you are. To represent you have 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
Okay. We travel in a pack. Good evening, Your Worship and councillors. I'm sorry. We're Karen Weiss and Jen Wallakawa from W2 Realty Team. Now are we good? Okay. Our interest here tonight is to address the potential heritage designation of 3160 Albert Street and the potential effects of the heritage holding bylaw list. We're addressing both issues in the interest of our core values as realtors, which includes the protection of private property rights and to promote and preserve the right to own, transfer, and use real property. In reference to 3160 Albert Street, we oppose the official heritage designation of the property for the following reasons. The property has been on the bylaw watch list for 30 years, but no move was made by the city or any previous owner in that time period of the property to designate it in that time period, and the home is simply not in the same condition currently that it was in 1989. It is far from the enchanting landmark of a home that it was decades ago. It has fallen into disrepair, now requiring structural work, asbestos remediation, roof repair, interior water damage repair, not to mention required updates to systems and extensive interior and exterior updates. It would require a significant investment of funds to restore it at this point, and those estimated costs will put the property in a price point that exceeds reasonable market value, not only limiting any ability to sell in the future, but possibly even to finance and insure the property. We realize that the city's been working on policies that would better define the framework for designation of heritage properties, but that framework was not in place last fall when Mr. Lean purchased 3160 Albert Street and is still not in place today. We have great concern about a discretionary decision made by City Council that would have a huge financial impact on a property owner without their consent or cooperation. Mr. Lean did his due diligence in investigating what policies were currently in place before he purchased the home, and we don't believe he should be penalized when there are no clear policies in place. And then who bears the responsibility for the costs involved to an owner when decisions are made after a purchase occurs? We're also concerned about the consistency as to what quantifies significance, meaning heritage, versus simply historical value. We heard a lot at the previous council meeting about the history of the previous prominent owners of the cookhouse and its revival Tudor architectural style, and we do believe that history should be recorded and preserved where it's feasible and reasonable. However, we would argue that, for example, a house like 3118 Albert Street, which is just 4 doors down from 3160, should have equal or greater heritage value if its history and architecture are simply the standard used. The Tudor-style house was designed in 1913 by architect James Punton, who also designed Dark Hall and Albert Street Bridge. We're all pretty familiar with those landmarks. It was built for William Mason, Regina's first magistrate and an early Regina mayor. Mr. Mason was renowned for his considerable aid during Regina's 1912 tornado. Now known as the Mason House and included in the publication of Regina's Fine Homes, the property retains historic value and has been updated and meticulously maintained. We were in that home, and as far as condition, it's far superior to 3160. It is, however, not designated heritage, nor is it even on the heritage bylaw watch list. So hypothetically, the new owner of that house, which just recently sold, would face no future development limitations by the city beyond standard permit requests. In our opinion, heritage designation should be made based on sound, clear policy, not influenced by emotion or politics. If a policy is not clearly defined and is not fair and equitable to all, then that policy is not fair and equitable at all.
In general terms, as realtors, it also concerns us with the precedent potentially being set with 3160 Albert if this designation to heritage property does occur. With all the media attention this case has had, we're worried a stigma is starting to be formed. We've been approached on more than one occasion since this topic has come up by other realtors stating their concerns as buyers were shying away from even considering anything on the bylaw holding list. They're afraid of strict controls, including the impact it could have when trying to sell, because they don't even know when that date would be. And that affects close to 300 homeowners who some don't even know they're on the list. We're worried that owners could have their hands financially tied and need to sell, and that could affect
You have 1 minute left in your presentation time.
Yeah. And that on top of a currently depressed real estate market is tough, may not be what the homeowner signed up for. So we're just thinking maybe perhaps stronger architectural controls to bridge old and new and work with owners versus just mandating what they cannot do could be more effective of these houses that are hitting end of life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions from member of council? No, there are none. You've made your case. Oh, Councillor Flagel.
Shocking.
I have to. Thank you. I have to ask, and thank you for that, and welcome out to council. I just want to reiterate, you've made a few comments about the condition of the house. And yet, when I go to the listing, it says currently on Heritage Hold, it's an example of a Tudor style. This home needs some love, however, the foundation is solid. Are you saying that the listing is incorrect?
I would say that Mr. Lean could possibly address that.
Sorry?
Mr. Lean could possibly address that through the inspections that were done with the house,
Okay.
Jerry.
Okay. Thanks. And of course, you know that as a realtor as well as a counselor, when you see at the heading, Regina, it's on the Regina Heritage Holding Bylaw. Does that not bring up most likely like a caveat that it could be a zoning change or anything like that? So you might want to look at doing a subject to clause that states we'll hold off on purchasing until we clarify what the situation is, as opposed to removing conditions. I'm going to ask you that.
Right, okay. So what did happen is that our client actually has some fairly good knowledge about city policy and procedures, but what he did do was, in the time period of our conditions, was contact the city and spoke to a number of people and got access to bylaws and policies and felt comfortable that the policies were not in place to prohibit him moving
Okay.
forward, okay? That there was nothing strictly in place, if that makes sense, Jerry.
Okay.
And I think I'm just going to say, just from our aspect, this is fairly new for us dealing with this bylaw watch list. And as we look at it more, we kind of look at this fact that a house had been on the mark or had been on that list for 30 years. If somebody was really concerned about the heritage of it, then maybe there would have been rebates or incentives to keep it up. Because at some point we think, well, if nobody's cared about it becoming heritage for 30 years, why would somebody be concerned about it today, now that it has a new owner, when the other owners, it didn't happen then, right? So I mean, there were certainly question marks with that.
Yeah. Thanks. Through you. One other thing is, what's the interest that you have in this property?
Carmen Lee
We
is our
represented
client.
this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
we really did feel that he did his due diligence and was comfortable with the process when he removed conditions on the home, based on the information that he was given from the city.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce?
Oh,
We have more. We have
Yeah,
one
no
other.
problem.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you very much. Are you aware that your client did stand here last time and say, yes, I did know there was a risk to this property when I bought it because it did have that on the listing? Through you, Your Worship?
do you want to?
No, I can take that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like Councillor Flagel said, it was stated it was on the bylaw holding list. But based on the condition of it, there's just not really a feasible monetarily way to bring it up to the standards it should be and retain any sort of way to sell it and keep it at market value. You know, you could put
In
so
your
much
opinion.
money into it.
Yeah. Meaning regardless of the fact that it's on the corner of Hill and Albert Street, the condition of the home didn't make it really a great candidate for restoration, just in our opinion.
Thank you, but eyes were wide open. It was on the real estate listing as stated that it was in the heritage holding.
Yes, it was.
But he
Thank you.
also did his due diligence by contacting the city and getting the information that he needed to feel comfortable with that purchase.
Thank you for that, through Your Worship. But he also knew that there was a risk in buying this property. Am I correct?
I mean, you'd have to ask him.
I did.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, well
Thank
then,
you.
that's the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, you can return to the gallery.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Tom Moore. Good afternoon. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record, your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Your Worship, councillors, good afternoon. My name is George Tsiklis, and this is Tom Moore next to me. We wish to submit our thoughts with respect to the feasibility of restoring 3160 Albert Street. Attached to this letter that we've provided is a brief bio of each of us, outlining our experience and specializations in residential construction and restoration. We welcome questions. Before offering our thoughts, we should clarify our relationship to Carmen. I met Carmen a few years ago because we attend the same church here in Regina. We've never done business with each other. Tom just recently met Carmen, introduced to him by me. The two of us have no interest, economic or otherwise, in 3160 Albert Street, and we're not being compensated for our professional opinion. So why do we offer our opinion on the matter of this home and its heritage value? We're passionate builders and restorers and believe that Canada needs to lead the world in the areas of sustainability and quality of residential construction. We also enthusiastically believe in preserving properties that have historical value because of their higher quality construction and unique style. We've reviewed the following documents with respect to this property: the building inspector's report, the engineer's structural review and report, the contractor's estimate of restoration, and the City of Regina's statement of significance. It was very important to us to form our own opinion, and on March 19th, we made our own inspection of the home, both inside and out. Our initial impressions can be summarized in the saying, good from far, but far from good. The home's Tudor style and its unique tower are eye-catching. Upon closer inspection, we feel the front door and some of the interior millwork is exemplary. These elements are easily preserved or even replicated in new construction, and to a much higher standard using today's building materials, with an expectation that they will last 100 years or more without significant deterioration. This is in stark contrast to what we currently see at 3160 Albert, a previously well taken care of home in a serious state of disrepair, beyond the ability of the most talented restorer to renew, full of dangerous elements, asbestos, mixed electrical wiring, significant structural problems, and terrible renovations over time that have permanently and irreparably compromised this home's beauty and safety. The foundation has deteriorated so much that there's a 7-inch difference in height between one side of the home and the other. The walls throughout show significant cracks from this movement. There's been major water penetration on the west side of the house that cannot be fully assessed without removing the cladding from both the interior and the exterior. This has been going on for some time, and we believe there may be significant mold issues as a result. Large amounts of moisture are entering the attic from improper venting, and all the timbers of the roof show water damage. A completely new roof is needed. The single-pane leaded glass windows have been covered with plexiglass to try and stop water leaks. All windows would have to be replaced at a significant cost. All the plumbing and mechanical systems are in an advanced state of disrepair and need replacement. The list goes on and on. Bottom line, it would cost much more to renovate the house than it would to build brand new. Just one example. It is simply not logical or practical for a private homeowner to spend over $1 million on an old foundation before any other construction is done. Trying to put some numbers on this, the current quotation of $2.98 million to renovate the home we feel is inadequate.
You have about 1 minute left in your presentation time.
Because there are significant costs that accompany the restoration of such an old home that cannot be known until the work begins. We believe the homeowner should be prepared to spend at least 20 to 30% more than the estimate, between $3.58 and $3.87 million. Adding the purchase price to this amount could put the total cash outlay at $4.5 million. In our opinion, it makes no sense to repair an old house for double or even triple the price of the most expensive new, comparably sized homes available in our city. It just doesn't make sense. Instead, building brand new, incorporating design elements of the current home would cost significantly less and result in a home that is sustainable, longer lasting, and preserve the legacy of the original owner in a unique way. We estimate that a new build on that location would cost between $2.25 and $2.55 million. In our opinion, even if the home was kept in good standing since 1929, the surprisingly low quality of the structural construction lacks the strong bones necessary to renovate and restore the home to any standard.
I'm sorry,
let
I
alone a
have to
modern
stop
one.
you there. Your 5 minutes are up. We have all read your presentation, so we know what's contained,
Oh,
but I do
perfect.
have to stop you. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
There are questions, though. Councillor Bresciani.
Worship, is there anything on the letter that you would like to finish up? Feel free. Or to add or summarize that you didn't get to?
There was just a brief recommendation at the end with 4 points. Incorporating elements of the existing home in a new one, I think, would be smart and a way to preserve that heritage. Working with the homeowner to come up with a design that honors the old but welcomes the new using efficient and sustainable design. And when we talk about new design, we're talking about a 100-year lifespan or more. Number 3, a brand new basement instead of cobbling together the old one that can handle the movement and water issues of the famous gumbo soil conditions. And considering the large size of the lot and its location on a very busy street, you may want to think about increasing density in that area. Perhaps the homeowner and the city have some ideas about that. And lastly, we believe in the general concept and the spirit of saving heritage properties. It's just that this one doesn't meet a standard of construction to be saved.
Okay, good. To your worship,
Councillor Bresciani?
I have one question. I know that both of you are home builders, or I know Mr. Tom Moore does new homes, and in the bio, you've done renovation and new builds, or have you done some work in heritage homes before?
Most of my work is restoration in Toronto, old homes just like this, century homes.
Okay, good. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks-Shandy. Councillor Murray?
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your presentation. In your inspection, we also received some additional information here from Mr. Lean himself. But in your inspection, when would you say that there was any amount of significant restorative work ever done to the Cook residence?
I don't think there was. Was there, Tom? The garage was an addition, I think, but nothing in the house.
Well, the house is 90 years old. There's been additions over the years.
Can you turn the
The
mic
garage
up
is already separated where it was added onto, separated from the original structure.
So in your opinion, there hadn't been any significant restorative work completed outside of an addition?
Not that was noticeable, no.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. There appear no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you so much for your presentation and answering questions. Next delegation is Dr. Joe Michel. If you can identify yourself for the record, who you represent, who you are. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is John Robinson, and Joe Michael can't be here tonight, so he asked me to read a letter on his behalf. To your worship and members of City Council, my name is Joe Michael, and my family and I live at 2990 Albert Street, in an historic property that was built in 1911. Our property includes a 2.5-story red brick Tudor Revival-style house and a wood frame coach carriage house built by Mr. and Mrs. Walter Hill to promote the Lakeview subdivision as Regina's most fashionable neighborhood. The interior is inspired by the English arts and crafts movement, and this home forms an important part of the residential streetscape of Old Lakeview neighborhood. The site was recognized for its historical value as a municipal heritage property in 1992. I purchased this home over 30 years ago, and for the most of that period, the carriage house basically sat dormant. In 2014, I began the process of relocating, stabilizing, and rebuilding the carriage house. The building had deteriorated over the years due to obsolescence. The restoration included a new concrete foundation, new windows and doors, new cedar shingles, and repair to the exterior finish. Quality heritage projects are very labor-intensive, requiring research, structural assessment, material procurement, and installation. The tax exemption that was provided by the City of Regina played a critical role in the decision to proceed with restoration. While the heritage designation may initially appear to be onerous, I myself am very grateful for the financial support I received to complete this project. There are many people like myself who value the heritage history of our homes in our neighborhood and are willing to put in the effort to restore them, not just for ourselves, but for future generations. Owning a heritage property is a privilege, and as owners we are beholden to do what we can to find solutions to repair and preserve, rather than to just tear down and build new. I hope that my project will be an incentive to others to search out all possible solutions to restoring and preserving their heritage properties. I trust that City Council will proceed with the formal heritage designation for the Cook House, which holds such a place of prominence in our community.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Are there any questions from members of council? There are none. Thank you so much. You can return to the gallery. Next presenter is Jackie Schmidt. Ms. Schmidt, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
Hi, my name is Jackie Schmidt, and I'm with Heritage Regina. To your worship and members of City Council, the Cook House is a historically significant building, fully deserving of a municipal heritage property designation. Built in 1929, the property has been home to a number of community leaders who have helped to shape our city. It is one of the few remaining architect-designed grand homes of its era in Regina. Yet the survival of the Cook House is now threatened. The question is, who believes it is in the best interest of the community to have this historic property demolished? Not the City of Regina, according to the city's proposed heritage inventory policy. Historic places are integral in providing a sense of identity in both places for tourists and, more importantly, for local citizens. Historic buildings, structures, and landscapes in Regina provide a tangible connection to the past and serve as a testament to the passage of time. Reminding us of our collective history, the Cook House absolutely fulfills this role. When the Heritage Holding Bylaw was adopted by City Council in September of 1983, the Cook House was one of the original properties included on its list. Recently, following the city's thorough assessment of the heritage value of the Cook House, the Regina Planning Commission recommended that the building be designated as a municipal heritage property. The designation is consistent with the policies of the city's official city plan regarding culture. As the Planning Commission noted in its January 9th, 2019 recommendation document, heritage designation of the subject property as well as its conservation will enhance the building's long-term economic viability and protect its character-defining elements. Designation will also ensure the building's continued contribution to the historic and architectural character of the Lakeview neighborhood. The recommendation to designate is also supported by the expert opinion of heritage consultant Donald Luxton, who reviewed the Cook House as a test case under the guidelines of the proposed thematic framework. In the statement of significance, Mr. Luxton identified three main areas of heritage value of the property: its architectural style, its representation of residential development in Lakeview neighborhood, its connection to the highly regarded architectural firm of Van Egmond and Story. Members of the community do not want the Cook House torn down. As you recall, a number of residents attended the City Council meeting on January 28th to show their support and speak in favor of protecting the heritage property. This expression of public support is in line with community priorities identified during the development of the 2016 Regina Cultural Plan. According to the plan, community engagement confirmed a desire for the Regina Cultural Plan to address cultural heritage on both a citywide and neighborhood level scale. Heritage Regina does not want the Cook House demolished. Through advocacy, stewardship, education, we work to ensure the sites of historical, cultural, and architectural significance, like the Cook House, are protected and preserved. The only party that seems determined to demolish the Cook House is its new owners. They were well aware of the condition of the home, of its inclusion of the Heritage Holding Bylaw list after inspecting the property and meeting with city representatives. With all due respect, they knew what they would be getting if they purchased this heritage property. They chose to purchase it anyway. The city offered information about the companies that work on heritage properties, as well as the benefits available to the new owners through the Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program. Clearly, demolition is not their only option. In 2019, the Cook House celebrates its 90th year. It is a significant heritage property that continues to speak of the cultural inheritance of our community. Without question, it is the best interest of our entire city to preserve this property. Heritage Regina is adamant that the City Council approve the designation of the Cook House as a municipal heritage property.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Welcome back, and good to see you. Just one question I have. How is it that we have professionals on both sides of this house? One says, knock it down. One says, it's perfectly fine. Spend a bit of money on heritage. How does that come about from what you've been through in the past?
I don't see that on the other side that we actually have a statement from like an engineer on this house. We have engineering reports on the people who want to preserve it, but not from the other side.
Okay.
We have people who have a vested interest in possibly demolishing the house or building something new, but there's no engineering report submitted.
Okay. We'll talk about that with the next delegations. I just wanted to, if you'd run across, through you, Mr. Mayor, have you run across situations where it's completely, I mean, there's always gray area, but this is completely, one is saying smash it up, the other one is saying put some lipstick and paint on it and it's perfectly fine. No, I'm saying they need to do more than that, but have you run across anything like this throughout your work?
I think that in this case that there has been other concerns for like helping this house and doing foundation work on this, and I don't think that that was addressed even with the last couple of delegates that have spoken.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bershani.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for coming forward. I have a question in regards to Heritage Regina, just in general. We have about, I think, 221 homes that are on the holding bylaw or on the holding list. What does Heritage Regina do for those property owners that are designated heritage? Like, how do you bring awareness if this moves forward to those owners that are going to be designated heritage?
So Heritage Regina throughout the year has several educational venues that they pursue throughout this time period. Like we have the winter lecture series, I have the summer walking tours that increases the knowledge of people in the city about their heritage. These heritage walks and lectures have been increasing substantially over the last several years because people are very interested in heritage and wanting to preserve it.
Thank you for that. Does Heritage Regina ever take a look at some of the homes that may be falling apart or becoming dilapidated in some way or become vacant at all and address concerns around that? Through you, Your Worship.
Through you, Your Worship. So Heritage Regina sits on many different committees with the City of Regina. We sit on, in the past, we've been a part of the Regina Cultural Plan, the Laneway and Garden Suites Pilot Project, the Infill Housing Guidelines, and the restoration of Confederation Park. And we've also sat on the thematic framework and contextual document.
Okay. And one last question through Your Worship. This has been sitting here, I think, for a while. When I was first elected, I know they talked about the heritage homes. I think it was in April of 2016. There was some talk about getting this heritage bylaw coming. Do you know why it's taken so long? Through Your Worship.
Through you, Your Worship, it's been 33 months, I believe, since we decided to revamp this. Heritage Regina has sat in, and it's a long process to write this policy document, the thematic framework. But one thing that was stated here was that these things were not in place when Mr. Lean bought this house. That's not true. The Heritage Holding Bylaw was in effect. The thematic framework is just a tool by which the city assesses properties and will cast a wider net in identifying holes and bringing things forward for heritage conservation and awareness.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Jackie, one of the concerns here through the chair is the non-voluntary nature of this designation. People are not asking for it. In your experience, has this ever taken place before? Has there ever been a designation imposed upon an owner?
Yes, this will be the third time.
Great, thank you. Going back how far? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
Could you maybe expand on the circumstances? What brought that non-voluntary designation? Is there some parallels with those examples with what we're seeing here?
Absolutely, the parallels are the same. Someone said that they were going to tear down a house. The city went to designate it against the owner's wishes, and the properties were saved.
Okay. The properties were saved, so they didn't fall into disrepair. People didn't have money to invest. They're there.
They went on to lead a useful life and are still in use today.
Great, thank you. We've had a delegation here mention that perhaps a client isn't fully aware of their house being on the list. There's a bit of confusion there. In your experience and to your knowledge, do you think the holding bylaw and the designation process has always been kind of an empty threat, and people would purchase homes on that holding bylaw, and they would still let them fall apart? And same thing with the heritage designation. Is it simply the history is we don't enforce it, so why bother with it this time?
I think more than just it's that we don't enforce it is that people are not aware of the positive aspects of having a heritage property, that there's the incentive program where people can get money off their taxes from doing work on their property. Every property will have maintenance throughout the year. So now you have a heritage property who the house actually has a rebate process for their taxes.
Thank you. Do you do work with real estate agents to inform them about this so they can then inform their clients? Seems to be a disconnect here.
Part of Heritage Regina's ongoing work is to educate the real estate community.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. There's no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. Our last delegation is Carmen Lean. Mr. Lean, for the record, if you identify yourself, who's with you, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
I'm Carmen Lean. I'm representing myself, and this is my wife, Adriana. I want to thank everyone tonight for being here. I also want to thank, before I start, I want to thank everyone who sent in their comments, emails, and who are speaking tonight about 3160 Albert Street. It's not just about a house. I believe it's important to have open heritage dialogue and to listen to different insights of what heritage designation means. So thank you. I respect the fact that council believes that this property has heritage value, but good heritage stewardship also goes beyond why and what is heritage value. Is the property feasible to restore, and should it be saved? I appeared in front of council in January, and council questioned the evidence that I presented because there are organizations that came up and discredited my claims without any evidence or liability. I've heard some of the concerns that council had, so I've gone above and beyond, and I've hired a structural engineering firm, J.C. Kenyon Engineering, that has a subspecialty in structural restorations. Their reports have indicated that this house is moving uniformly and plus or minus 7 inches in either directions. And with this report, they've gone out to a third-party foundation expert, W&R Foundation Specialist. The budget that they've put forth in just the fixing the foundation alone is north of $1 million and would take 7 months to complete. Ledcor has now revised their budgets to just around $3 million, which now surpasses what it would cost to build this house new. Keep in mind that this is a budget to bring the house up to code and to a basic standard. No marble, no fancy showers, not even plumbing fixtures. That is an owner-supplied cost. No appliances, not even sidewalks. And today we just heard from Tom and George, and I thank both of them for being here and providing their input. Tom, I don't know if everyone knows, but he's one of the most prominent, sought-after home builders in Regina and has built many prominent homes in Regina. George brings a wide experience of heritage and a lot of experience with the Toronto heritage scene. Both of them said that this project is not feasible, and their budget is $3.9 million, $900,000 more than Ledcor's. So regardless if $3 million or $4 million is spent today or over the next 10 years, this is an accurate budget of what it would cost to restore this property. I've also retained Lane Arthur Architecture to do a current site assessment of this property, and he's identified that the majority of the heritage elements need to be replaced. The windows have significant damage and require a significant amount of work. There's multiple moisture penetrations, and more importantly, there's identified as hazardous materials inside this property that's being disturbed. It was also brought to my attention after the council meeting the City of Regina does have a heritage evaluation method. Lane also did that evaluation, and he scores the property as a B or a C, or 45 to 66. And in the national evaluations of historical buildings, you require 75 points to become a significance. And this method is still recognized by the federal government today, and it's still on the City of Regina website. More importantly, why was this method not used for 3160 Albert Street? Until a new framework is adopted, shouldn't the current method be relevant information to council? I also want to add, I have been able to see the new framework, and 3160 Albert Street meets the bare minimum to call it a heritage property. The more important question is this evaluation method correct for Regina? I'm asking council to put themselves in my shoes today. If this was a City of Regina property, and the decision required to be, are you going to restore this or not?
Javine, you have 1 minute left.
And a feasibility study was done that looked into heritage value, current site assessment, cost of construction, and what the property would be worth once it's complete. And it was determined that the property, once complete, was going to be worth $1.2 million. But the cost to do it is going to be 300 to 400 times what the property would be worth on its best day. Would the city use taxpayer dollars to restore this property? And if they can't, how can you expect of it in a private citizen? Council has actually made these decisions recently on heritage properties, such as the Winter Festival building and Exhibition Park. And in my mind, Taylor Field is a heritage building, and our beloved Taylor Field. In both cases, the city decided to demolish these properties because of economic reasons. I've done my due diligence. I've done a thorough feasibility study, and this property is falling apart, with the majority of it reaching its final lifespan.
So, Lee, your time is up. I'm sorry. There may be questions. In fact, there are questions from members of council. But, apologize. You have to stay within the 5 minutes.
No problem.
Councilor Murray.
Your Worship, Carmen, Adriana, thanks for coming forward again multiple times. My question for you, you've given quite a detailed breakdown here of lead cores assessment and as well as JCK's engineering. In the incentive structure that the city currently offers, have you looked into the upper amounts of that incentives program?
Yes, they've brought forward an incentive program, and I think the last number previous to this new budget, the incentive program was less than 4% of the overall construction costs.
Over the property taxes?
Correct, yeah. And that was spread over 10 years.
Over 10 years. Okay, thank you very much. That's what I was asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Massanelli.
Through the chair, you've got a lot on the line, and you have most of your presentation done. Is there anything you missed that you'd like to say?
The end of my speech goes, what Mr. Cook, when he built this house 100 years ago, I don't believe he ever intended this house to last 100 years. There's evidence of this was in 1929, premium building products and were full masonry and full timbers. That was the standard. If you see the other properties that these architects designed, that was the premium building materials of choice. He opted to go with a stick frame building, and all of the historical elements were all veneers, mimicking these aspects. So he chose to use an inferior building product when the options that were readily available at the time were to use a superior product. If this house would have been built out of complete masonry, maybe we wouldn't be having this discussion today. But it's not. It's a stick frame building with 90-year-old lumber and 90-year-old nails barely holding this thing together.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Councilor Flagel.
Thanks for coming in, and you've spoken a few times. Now, I'm going to go back to the listing.
Sure.
I need to go back to this because this is sort of in my wheelhouse. But it says here the foundation is solid.
Yep.
This is said by another realtor.
Yep.
You had a realtor working for you.
Yep.
This also says that it's in the Regina Heritage Holding Bylaw list. Did you ever consider putting a subject to clause in there that states that you'll clarify what that means before you remove conditions?
Yes, we did. We did think about it. The situation between the buyer or the seller and myself, that wasn't an option on the table. In regards to the listing, we read listings and advertisements all the time, and we over embellish the features of these things. We all know now that there is evidence from a professional engineer who are willing to put their careers and stamp the drawing. This foundation is not solid. So that realtor, over embellished on the prettiness of this property. But if anyone would have gone through the house, would have clearly been able to see that it wasn't.
So would there not have been cause to, and I would just ask this as the realtor side through you, would that not have caused you to at least put a condition on it that would give you 2 to 3 months? I mean, we see it all the time when you're talking about zoning, rezoning of different properties that come across as real estate agents. You put a condition on it that says subject to the approval of the zoning of an R6 before I can go ahead and build multifamily. did you consider or did you do that in your offer to state, give me time, I need time, I can't close the deal, or not?
The transaction would have not allowed that to happen.
Okay.
The seller had some issues with, like we even had to shorten the closing period because of some of the personal matters
Okay.
that
that's fine.
that seller was going through that I
Thanks.
allowed to happen.
Okay. One other thing I just need to know, and what did you do prior to removing conditions? Did you have any of these reports in your hands, stamped by engineers saying, like, this is going to cost you $1 million, this is going to cost you $2 million? Did you have any of this information prior to closing the deal?
The only information that we had at that time was our experience in the construction field and a home inspection, which was done, and it was in the package. It's in the package. The home inspection that identified all of these issues with the property.
Mm-hmm.
Issues that everyone seems to neglect when they look at this, when they talk about this property. I want to comment on the aspect you asked. Why is there such a discrepancy between knocking it down and, we got to save this house with lipstick, your previous question to the previous delegate? Well, the simple fact is the majority of those delegates has never gone onto the property to see the condition and the state that it's currently in.
Okay.
And that's, I feel, is the discrepancy. Everyone wants to save this house because their images of it from 30 years ago looks beautiful. That is far from the condition that the house is in today.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just move this forward through you, Mr. Mayor. If let's say this was to be removed from the list, what's your plan in the next 6 months?
If this house is removed from the list, I would begin conversations with the city administration on how we can work together to design something that's respectful to the community and pays homage to what is currently there. And I've said that previously, okay, and I mean it today.
Okay.
And we've already begun some of those conversations already.
Okay, thank you. One more. And the opposite question of that is, what happens if it doesn't get removed from the list? What happens to the property?
That process will still happen. When we purchased this property, the intent was to create something special here. If the designation does happen, we are fully committed to going through that process. That process just becomes way more onerous to the owners and would cost a small fortune. And as new information comes up, we would have to evaluate the final plans of the project. Mm-hmm. And if it's deemed as it's too risky to continue to invest in this project, we would be either forced to sell it or essentially winterize it and abandon it until the environment is different.
Sure. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Slagle. Councilor Bresciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. Most of my questions were asked. Just one, you talked about the method that was used, the evaluation method. I would like to know just a little bit more in regards to, is structure in that evaluation method?
No. The current city process doesn't take into account current site assessment, and not to the level where someone can actually stamp a drawing and make it credible. No one to date, until I've brought it forward, has done a real structural analysis or even a current site assessment. It doesn't take into account to take any economic feasibility on any heritage project. The model that our city has gone with is somewhat fundamentally flawed in a sense that it requires owners. It really works when owners come forward to say, "I would like to designate my property," because where everyone falls is, if I'm coming forward to say I'd like to designate this property, I've already answered two important questions. I want to save this property, and it's economically feasible. So when the tables are turned and the city comes to me and says, we are designating this property, they don't look at, well, what's the current site assessment? Is it feasible? Does this make sense? And the challenge with the current framework, eventually the City of Regina also has to answer to these same questions because the City of Regina owns a lot of heritage properties. The Municipal Justice Building is a good one. Of course it has heritage value. So when does it take into account the economics behind saving that property? And that's the real fundamental flaw with a system that brings owners coming forward to say, please, I'd like to designate this. But it doesn't work the same way when the roles are reversed and the city comes to the owner and says, you must designate this. Because they don't do and they don't look at these aspects.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shandy. There are no other questions, so you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for that. Before we have actually 12 communications that have been brought forward. So I have a motion to receive and file them. Councilor Murray, seconded by Councilor Bryce. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Before we go to the discussion on the bylaw, though, I do want to have the administration, maybe Ms. Harlock, if you can provide some background as to the options, what's available, what could happen in each one of those options, so members of council and members of the gallery will understand where we're going from here. Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship. Tonight at Council, there's two decisions or options that Council has with respect to this property. Back on January 28th, this came forward to Council, and Council had the intention to ask us to bring forward the bylaw and do the proper advertising. So that has been what has been completed. And then there was objections, as we've heard, and some support that we heard. So the options before Council tonight are to withdraw the bylaw that's before you, which is bylaw 2019-7. If Council decides to do that, and that means that you do not wish to proceed any further with looking at designating this property as a heritage property. In that case, we'll move forward. You'd have to put a motion forward onto the table to withdraw it. It would be it resolved that the proposed bylaw 2019-7 is hereby withdrawn, and the city solicitor is directed to discharge any interest related to the notice of intention that was registered against the property in the Land Titles Registry and notify all applicable parties of the withdrawal in accordance with the Heritage Property Act. We would remove the property from the Heritage Holding Bylaw, and then the property would be able to go through the demolition permit. If Council wishes to proceed, what we have is we have had an objection, which means that the matter needs to be referred to the Heritage Review Board for consideration and to provide Council with a recommendation from that hearing. So in that case, if Council wishes to do that, notwithstanding the objections, it would refer the matter to the Heritage Review Board for that public hearing, which the board would hold the hearing, and affected parties would be able to go to that hearing and put their case forward to that board. Then what would happen is that board would have the hearing, and within 30 days they would provide us a written response, and then we would reconvene and you would have that information, and then you would decide what you wish to do from that point forward with regards to this bylaw. Council needs to understand that at any time with whatever comes back from the appeal or from the Heritage Review, it's at Council's discretion to take the advice or not to take the advice. It's at Council's discretion in all of these matters. It would just be a third party giving you additional advice through a hearing process. I can answer any questions or provide any
what
additional clarity.
What I'd like to do then is, there likely will be questions, but I want to get the report or the bylaw on the floor for discussion. So I'm going to ask Councilor Fundura as Deputy Mayor to introduce on first reading the report, and then I'll ask that we stop and answer questions from there. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. Too many papers. I rise to introduce 2019-7 bylaw to designate the Cook residence at 3160 Albert Street as municipal heritage property.
So move it, then get a second for first reading, then we'll stop at that point.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaw 2019-7 be introduced and read at the first time.
Thank you. We'll stop there. Thank you, Councillor Fundera. We do have questions, so we begin with Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Through you, I was just wondering, who is the review board?
Ms.
Is it
Harlock?
provincial, federal, civic?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, it is appointed through the province.
Through the province? Okay, so it's not federal?
No.
Okay. That's all I need. And the public hearing, you say, would be done in
30
the
days.
city here?
30 days.
So through you, your worship, what would happen is the review board would conduct the hearing as soon as reasonably possible, and they would provide notice 10 days to all the to all the affected parties. They would give 10 days notice of that hearing date. Once the hearing has adjourned, the board has 30 days to provide us a written response to the city solicitor, stating its findings of the facts, its recommendations with respect to the objection, and any information or knowledge is taken into account in reaching its recommendations.
Thanks. Also asking, is this something that is done on a fairly regular basis when somebody disputes a bylaw in heritage, or is this a one-off, or what's the normal?
Through your worship, I can't speak for other municipalities, but this, I believe, would be the first time in a very long time. I'm not sure if the other two properties which we designated against the owner's wishes ever went this far.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to double check on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Through your worship, this would be for someone with administration, probably Ms. Harlock. Mr. Lane brought forward a point about our city versus maybe some other cities and handling things in a different way regarding potential municipal heritage designation. Are you aware of any other significant differences between how we do things versus other cities in Canada?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, it would all depend on the legislation in the different areas. Obviously, each municipality has their unique policies with respect to heritage conservation and preservation, be that through their policies and their programs that provide certain types of funding and those sorts of things. Obviously, with ours, we do have a new program that provides 50% funding of a project up to 10 years worth of tax exemption. So on this property, it would be approximately just over $100,000 that the city would provide should it become a designated property. But at this point, it's everywhere. There's different policies with respect to that.
Okay, thank you very much. And this might be for the city solicitor. When was the last time that we had conducted a review regarding our policies in this case, in heritage designation?
Ms. Harlock?
The bylaw itself, sorry.
Through you, your worship. I can start with the policy. So we did the policy back in 2014, which we adopted for the tax exemption policy, and we have been reviewing the heritage holding bylaw, which is later on in the agenda today to talk about the policies.
Thanks. Just doing my homework here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. I appreciate administration giving us some options here. I need a bit of a refresher here. It was administration's recommendation initially to apply a heritage designation. Am I remembering correctly?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, that is correct. And so through the Heritage Act, there is a process that we have to follow, and this is the process on which is outlined in the Heritage Act.
Thank you. And the process, we've seen some remarks here that it's kind of exceptional. This process that was followed by administration has been applied how many other times to homes that are then designated as heritage?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, your worship, properties that are designated heritage, if they come forward and they have the support of the owners, it's not this process. So we're going through this process differently. I'd have to refer to the city solicitor with respect to the two properties upon which we designated without consent.
The solicitor? Mr. Weary?
Your Worship, just for a bit of context, the Heritage Property Act was originally passed in 1980, so that's the framework that we have to work with. The two properties in question that were referred to, one was in 1984, the other was in 1996. Our review of the files and the records show that those were both disputed by the owners at the time, but we don't really have much more information. I'll just check with Ms. Willoughby. She may have some additional information.
Solicitor?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Not specifically with respect to the two that were objected to, but the statutory process is applied every single time a heritage property is designated. It's just that when the owners consent, typically the City Council does not receive an objection, so you never get to the stage of having to decide to withdraw the bylaw or refer it, because you have the ability to proceed straight to consideration and adoption of the bylaw. So, I'm sorry. Essentially, the statutory process applies every time there is a municipal designation bylaw proposed.
Terrific, thank you. And in any of those cases, existing protocols, rules, is economic feasibility, a return on investment, is that ever part of the assessment process?
Sarlik?
Through you, Your Worship, when we do our reviews, it's based on the statements of significance, and we have the evaluation. So, no, we have not gone in and done the full economic evaluation. There has been other properties where the buildings have looked at different land uses and opportunities to make it economically viable, and we've seen that over the years.
Thank you. My last question, pardon me, relates to that last point administration raised. Let's say this goes through the chair. Heritage designation is applied. Is that kind of end of the road for Mr. Lean, or is there a conversation to be had with city administration about specific requirements, what is actually heritage in that home, what needs to be brought up to a certain standard, or are they simply left to their own devices, hiring their own consultants, firms, and et cetera?
Ms. Harlech?
Through Your Worship, as what's in the bylaw, the statement of significance and the features that need to be there, we definitely continue to have conversations with Mr. Lean. As Mr. Lean had indicated, we've had conversations about what would be the next steps if it was designated, and there would be conversations about what would need to be done, and obviously if there's other opportunities in order to mitigate the economic burden that would come with the restoration, we would definitely be open to those conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mancelli?
I was trying to pay attention, but I don't think I caught. What's the process for implementing the referral to review?
Ms. Harlech?
Through Your Worship, so to move forward, if Council wishes to go to the to have it reviewed, the motion would be it resolved that the proposed bylaw and the related correspondence and notices of objection received in relation there shall be referred to the Provincial Heritage Review Board for a hearing, and the report and the City Solicitor is directed to notify all applicable parties of the referral in accordance with the Heritage Property Act.
Well, I didn't quite remember all that, so I guess that's the motion I'd like to move, and towards, if I can, if this is applicable.
Do you want to move it right now?
Sure. Unless someone else likes to speak.
There's no other speakers right now, so your motion would be in order. We're still on first reading of the bylaw. So we could do that before we...
There's a motion on the floor, isn't it?
It's first reading of the bylaw.
And is that not a motion?
It is, but I'll take this as an amendment to that. I don't see it as a conflict by doing that. We can amend the bylaw in time. Before you move the motion, I just have to ask one question. I think I have the answer now. Do we have to pass the bylaw or table the bylaw?
Yeah. Through
Mr. Weary?
Mr. Weary, please.
So would be to just give it first reading and then refer it to the Provincial Heritage Board.
That's good. Councilor Mancelli, you have the floor. Okay. You moving an amendment?
Yes, I'd like to move that amendment. Of course, I don't have confidence in this process. I feel very ignorant of it myself, and I'm sorry for that. I've tried to pay attention. Heritage or not heritage, I don't think I'm well enough educated to say, so I'd appreciate the review and the referral for review. I don't know. My dad was an Italian immigrant. In Italy, when a house is built well, it stands for a couple of centuries, and if it's built really well, the earthquake doesn't knock it down. I guess that's not the same in Regina, so I'm here to learn a little bit about how this is going to work.
Okay, that's good. The seconder for the motion? The seconder for the motion? Councillor Prashani. I'm going to take that as a referral motion. Everybody understands what's being asked here? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. So this will now go to the Heritage Review Board by way of this motion, and we again expect to have a response back within 30 days, I believe. Is that what I heard, Ms. Howlick?
Through your worship, the board or the Heritage Board will set a hearing date.
Within 30 days?
No, as soon as possible is what they will do, as soon as reasonably possible, and then 30 days after the hearing is held, 30 days after that, they have to give us a decision.
Okay.
So I can't guarantee that it'll be a couple months, I would assume.
That's good. Thank you for that. That's good. Good. So we're finished with that subject. We'll move on to Executive Committee report. This is report 19-18, Executive Committee report on the general capital debt refinancing. Councillor? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I rise to introduce CR 19-18, Executive Committee General Capital Debt Refinancing. Recommendation from the Executive Committee that the Executive Director of Financial Strategy and Sustainability be authorized to negotiate external financing, including signing any necessary documents to a maximum of $13 million to refinance the one-time capital debt repayment due in this June 2019. Number two, that the future report be provided to City Council, providing the negotiated details of the financing and applicable borrowing bylaw. Number three, that the following change in position title from Executive Director, Financial and Corporate Services to Executive Director of Financial Strategy and Sustainability in bylaw 2003-69, being a Regina Administration bylaw, be approved. Number four, that the City Solicitor be instructed to prepare a bylaw to amend bylaw 2003-69, being the Regina Administration bylaw, to make the changes outlined in Recommendation 3. The committee adopted the resolution to concur in the recommendation contained in this report.
Do you have a seconder for that, please?
So, Your Worship, I'm going to give a little bit of a summary, or...
Do you want to do that? Do you want the administration to do it for you?
Well, you know what? I'll leave it at that. They do a better job.
Mr. Lacey, do you want to provide some information for us?
Through you, Your Worship. So the report before the board here relates to a debt that was originally taken out back in 2009, and the way the debt was structured in 2009, there is a lump sum payout that is required at the end of June of this year, and the report before you is seeking approval to essentially refinance that outstanding debt due at the end of June 2019. And by refinancing this debt, it allows us to make that one-time payment at the end of June, but also allows us to spread the overall principal and interest payments out related to the assets that were originally acquired with that debt over the life of those assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Councillor Verdun, do you want to continue on?
I'm good, thank you.
Good, okay. Other speakers to the report? If there are none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to report 19-19, Regina Planning Commission. Councillor Young.
Yes, Your Worship. I'm bringing forward CR 1919, application for partial street closure road wide-way on 702 Toronto Street. Could I have a seconder, please?
Seconder? Councillor Hawkins.
Okay. This is the application for closure of a small piece that's been on this property and used by the property owners for some time. The city's been leasing the existing right-of-way to the owner for 14 years, and it's been paved, and they use it for parking. There's no zoning change required, and the consolidation will result in a modest increase in property assessment, and it removes the city of any obligations for maintenance or condition of the property. And so the Regina Planning Commission concurred with this recommendation, and we ask council for concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Discussion on the report. Pretty straightforward. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we have 3 bylaws to go forward on. Councillor Findera.
Thank you. I rise to introduce bylaw number 2019-11, 19-12, 2019-13. I move, seconded by Councillor Flegel, that bylaw 2019-11, 12, 13 be introduced and read at first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Having reviewed the associated reports, Council will now consider the following bylaws which require a public hearing. 2019-11 respecting the proposed closure of the Toronto Street right-of-way adjacent to 702 Toronto Street. 2019-12 representing amendments to the procedure bylaw, placing limits on the length of council and committee meetings and requiring breaks when meeting times are exceeded. And 2019-13 to reflect the changes in the Regina administration bylaw respecting the position titles of senior administrators. If there is anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak to members of council on any of these proposed bylaws, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So I'll call for the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Findera.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Brashani, that bylaw 2019-11, 12, 13 be read second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Young, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2019-11, 12, and 13 go into the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2019-11, 12, 13 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to delegation, bylaw, and related reports. We have heritage properties once again coming up. Morgan Campbell is the first presenter. Ms. Campbell, for the record, you identify who you're with, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well. There may be questions afterwards from council.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Good evening. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of NICOR Group, which is a local business with extensive experience over the past 38 years in developing heritage properties in Regina, including the Belfer Apartments, the Leader Building, the Strathdees Centre, the Donahue Block, and the Frontenac Apartments.
Could you identify who's with you as well, just for the
Oh,
as well?
I'm sorry. This is my colleague, Steve Pinnell. He works with us at NICOR Group as well, and he's here to help me with questions afterwards. He's got a lot of expertise as well. Sorry, Steve. It is of interest to note that NICOR founder Ross Keith was already active in the heritage development field in November of 1980 when a provincial statute called the Heritage Property Act was put in place, granting municipalities the authority to designate heritage properties. When Bylaw 8912, commonly known as the Heritage Holding Bylaw, was adopted by Regina City Council in 1989, NICOR accepted that bylaw as an administrative tool, which is helpful but not without its faults. In our eyes, the heritage inventory policy being considered by Council here tonight does not implement a great radical change to the existing bylaw, but rather gives owners and developers a more sophisticated tool with which to do heritage work. Under the new policy, the existing list of potential heritage properties would be more closely monitored and curated, allowing for a better representation of Regina's diverse history as laid out in the administration's thematic framework and historic context statement. We've reviewed this policy from our standpoint as an owner and developer of heritage properties and support the recommendation which is being put forth to Council this evening. Over the past 5 years, the City of Regina has made major upgrades to its heritage programs. Owners of designated properties are now eligible for 10 years of tax exemption with no maximum dollar fee. It used to be a 5-year term with $250,000 maximum. If the new heritage inventory policy were in place, it's our opinion that Regina would have one of the best heritage programs in the country. The City Administration and City Council are to be congratulated for a job well done, and this work will link perfectly with the City's cultural plan and give us, as Regina citizens, a strong foundation for community revitalization. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and to see if there's any questions from members of council. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming out. Morgan, one of the last things you said here is quite interesting. This new inventory model would make this particular bylaw one of the best in the country. Expand upon that. It's actually quite exciting. What would that entail? What's lacking from other jurisdictions that this would cover?
It's maybe not the best question for me personally. Ross Keith, the owner and founder of NICOR Group, has spoken fairly recently at National Heritage Boards. I helped him with his PowerPoint presentation. I can't recall the specifics, but I do know that he has chosen to pursue heritage development restoration because he sees it's a niche in a difficult market, and that because of the financial tax rebate programs that we have in the City of Regina, and because of the amount of expertise that's here on administration and just the ability to work back and forth with administrators here in Regina, that it's become quite a feasible and profitable business model for the past 40 years.
Wonderful, thank you. And I understand perhaps you can't answer this, but I'll ask it anyway, and I can follow up offline at another point. In your mind, could the changes being proposed now prevent what we saw happening tonight? Confusion, not understanding. Do you think the framework going forward might prevent those type of contradictions and problems from surfacing at council around how we designate certain properties, how that process works?
It's my understanding that, as I mentioned, the Provincial Heritage Property Act grants municipalities across Saskatchewan the right to designate a property, whether it's on the Heritage Holding Bylaw or not. But the Heritage Holding Bylaw is a list of some 200 properties which were identified in the late 80s by heritage experts, which says these are properties we might want to look at. If something happens with these properties, we might want to take notice and look more closely at what happens with those properties. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the BL doesn't necessarily have any teeth in terms of the ability to designate or save a property. It's just sort of a red flag that would be raised. So I would think that if we were looking more closely at the list, it's my understanding that all of the properties from the existing Heritage Holding Bylaw would be reviewed over time, and that the resulting list of heritage eligible properties that would be on the inventory policy would be a better representation of Regina's history with the 5 elements of the thematic framework. So if a property wasn't worthy of being on the inventory, it would be more likely to be flagged under this new inventory policy than under the old Heritage Holding Bylaw, which hasn't really been looked at very closely.
Thank you.
Do you have anything to add to that, Steve?
It's just getting new eyes on the issue, basically. Updating the policy is going to allow administration to more actively manage that list, as opposed to, like we've heard, some items may have been on there for 30 years without being looked at.
Yeah, thank you. The financial element was also mentioned. I'm not sure if you or Ross and others have done this work, but with the abatement process, you spoke highly of it. Could it be improved? Does it need to be improved? Or in your mind, is it actually satisfactory to build a very strong heritage-based real estate firm in the city?
I think it is directly linked to the taxes. So, for example, they had mentioned, I don't know the numbers offhand, but that it was a very small amount of the potential restoration comparatively to the taxes that are paid on this building, whereas a lot of the properties that we've done have been larger apartment complex style buildings in that range. So the taxes are larger, which then allows for a larger ability to rebate and do the foundations. And it's not necessarily a linear model on that. So you might spend $1 million on this foundation for one building, but you might spend $5 million for 25 units or something like that. So something in regards to the cap being on taxes, I think, does have an effect on smaller single properties.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for coming forward. I have a question just in regards to the evaluation process. Was talked about earlier is in regards to structures. Where does that fit into the evaluation process?
I don't understand.
So the structure of the building, where does that fit into the 5 themes? Where would structure fit into that? The structure of the building, the bones to the building. Where is that evaluated in this as a heritage?
I'm not sure. I'm not in the construction side of our department. I think that might be a better question for administration in terms of the thematic framework. My understanding of the thematic framework was looking at properties based on matters of governance, the arts, culture, being able to designate different types of properties that better reflect our shared history and our decision-making processes moving forward. So I don't know that it would necessarily have an impact on the stability or structural integrity of different buildings. I know that there's a checklist that you need to reach a certain number before a property can be granted heritage designation, and I'm not privy to the intricacies of that process. I don't know.
My best knowledge on it would be that the structural foundation, the integrity of what might be there, isn't necessarily part of the process in designating it worthy of heritage or not. Rather, the elements of the heritage, the people that live there, or its cultural impact, or its architectural style, or items, as opposed to, so you might be looking at the architectural style, but not what is the status of the foundation or the roof or any other element.
Okay, good. Thank you. Just one last question. So, just in your thoughts, would you think that if a home didn't have the structure, but had all of the characters there, would it be something that could still be designated a heritage site if the bones are not good?
I believe so, yes, under the framework that's being discussed. It's more a question of should, the framework is, I believe, discussing a question of should this be saved and preserved. And it does not necessarily look at, we've heard, the economics of what will it take to preserve this. It's a matter of should we.
But it's possible that in the process of, I understand that it's under city's discretion ultimately, so in the process of maybe something would reach 80 out of 100 points on the style grade, and then it would come here and someone would say, sorry, we have an engineer's report that says that this is falling over, and I guess that would be up to the decision makers to make that final choice.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Other questions? I have one. It relates to the holding bylaw versus inventory policy. What do you think, is there a difference between those two mechanisms if you use a thematic framework to evaluate in the future? Is there a difference between having a holding bylaw or an inventory list? What's the function of having a inventory policy versus having a bylaw?
As it was explained to me, the bylaw as it exists now doesn't really accomplish what it's set out to do. So I just sort of see and I don't understand the intricacies. I'm sure Liberty could explain it better in terms of policy versus bylaw. I see the policy moving forward as a renewed commitment to preserving our shared heritage and to making it more efficient to add and remove properties from this list so that it's a better reflection of the direction we want to take moving forward with heritage in the city.
That's good. Thank you. No other questions? You can return the gallery. Thank you very much. Next delegation, Jackie Schmidt once again. Hello again. If you could, again, for the record, identify yourself, we represent you. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is Jackie Schmidt, Heritage Regina, and you have my submission. I'm basically here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Nope, you're free and clear. Thank you very much. We have 3 communications. If I could have a motion to accept, receive and file the 3 communications. Councillor Flagel, seconded by Councillor Hawkins. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. I'll move on to the Priority and Planning Committee meeting. Councillor Fraser, if you want to introduce that, please.
Okay, thank you. I rise, Your Worship, to introduce CR 19-20, the Priorities and Planning Committee policy to administer an inventory of heritage property in Regina and repeal the bylaw number 8912, a bylaw of the City of Regina to deny a permit for the alterations or demolition of properties that the Council of the City of Regina may wish to designate as a heritage property, as a municipal heritage property. So the recommendation from the committee is to concur. And I think you're the chair, Your Worship, so I'll leave it at that.
We'll get the administration to give us some background on that. Ms. Harlock, do you want to provide us with the background on the report?
Through you, Your Worship. So Council had requested on April 25th, 2016 for administration to complete a review of our heritage conservation program and including recommendations for improvement. And there was a list of things that you asked us to do. In 2017, however, we did scale back the review into two parts due to the budget 2.0, and so we split it. And so what we're bringing forward today is the scope of the work regarding how properties would go on and off the heritage holding bylaw. That was the main concern that came forward, and that's what this was addressing. So what we're bringing forward today is a policy which would look at a heritage inventory policy and looking at actually repealing the holding bylaw. The reason we're doing this is we have the thematic framework, which is in your package. And the reason why we are recommending this, it's to allow for an opportunity for us to go through the evaluation tools that are in your package and to go through all of the properties that are on the heritage holding bylaw to evaluate them should council approve this policy. The reason why we're looking at going from a policy versus a bylaw is currently the bylaw is quite onerous with respect to how properties go on and off the bylaw. What we're recommending is that we go to the inventory where administration can go through and do the evaluations, and we can put properties on the inventory, but only council can remove those. So every year you would get a document that would say these are the properties we've added based on our evaluation, but if a property needs to come off, then we would take it off. The evaluation tool puts it into two classes. One for citywide significance, others for neighborhood significance. If it's citywide significance, those are the ones that we want to protect and that we would want to look at. We may go through what we went tonight, which is protect it without owner's consent. If it falls into the latter classification through the evaluation tool, we would only look at designation should it come forward with the consent of the owner. So this gives us more tools than what we currently have on the holding bylaw, because right now that was one of the things that council asked is, well, when will you make a recommendation to put it on, to designate it or take it off? So that's what we were trying to balance with that respect of the policy. I can answer any questions and more specifics about the policy if council wishes.
We get a seconder for the report. We'll put it on the floor for discussion. Councillor Stevens, discussion on the report? Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. I support this, but I just have one question. Is there any gap between the abolition of the inventory list, the holding bylaw list, and the implementation of the inventory list? Because, as I understand it, you will not be able to review all of the properties. It'll take several years to do that. So is there any gap where a property could be caught off the heritage holding bylaw, but not yet reviewed and on the inventory list?
Ms. Howlett?
Through you, Your Worship, that's a good question. Because the Heritage Property Act, actually, we don't need the heritage holding bylaw to designate a property. The Heritage Act allows us council to designate any property, whether it is in an inventory or whether it's not. So in that case, we'd still be communicating with the people that are identified, because our plan would be to go through those lists first, because those are the ones that we have right away. that we have listed already to go through the statements. But no, there wouldn't be, because we could still identify those properties before we could do the full evaluation. If something were to come forward, such as a demolition permit, we would advance the review for council's consideration.
So, Your Worship, just to be completely clear, administration will continue to check so that no property accidentally falls through the gap.
Through Your Worship, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bershani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the explanation. Just to go over the Class 1 and Class 2, just where this fits in with the owners and how they would be notified of both classes. If you could just clarify that for us.
Through Your Worship, I might ask Mr. Searle to go through the process when we go and we start the evaluations and how we'll contact the owners and work with the owners.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, over the coming years, the administration will go through the process of evaluating the 227 properties. Our intent would be to add 5 properties per year over the next 5 years. We would go through an evaluation process using the framework, and through that process would be communicating with those property owners to make them aware, and we would be bringing forward annual report to council.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Now, in the Class 1, it's indicated it's a citywide significance, and the Class 2 was just neighborhood. Is that clear?
Mr. Searle? Or Ms. Oh,
yep.
Mr. Searle?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay, great. So clearly there will be communication with the owners, and I think that's very important. The second thing is in regards to the structure, which I've asked about tonight a couple times. Where does this fit in the evaluation? Because this is very important to a home. I mean, our heritage buildings are very, very important. But in this evaluation, where does the structure fit in?
Ms. Harlock?
Your Worship, I'll start and then I might ask Mr. Searle. So it's really about the integrity, as we said, and in the documents that are before council, the evaluation tool is there with respect to design and environment, materials, workmanships, and association. It's the economic part of it, as what we've been talking, isn't as prevalent, but our incentive programs would allow for those types of repairs, like foundation works, all of those sorts of things, should it move forward to being designated. I might ask Mr. Searle to add anything.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, yes, with respect to the physical aspects of the building, certainly the Heritage Incentive Program was put in place to help property owners along with that process to look at the physical repairs to the buildings that would extend the life of the structure. So that's a key for with respect to that. And the similar we've seen since we updated the policy in 2014, 2015, a number of applications that have come through with respect to physical aspects of buildings. One that comes to mind is the Patton residence on Scar Street in College. That required substantial foundational work, and in the conversation with the property owner, it was determined that the incentive programs would be sufficient to allow that work to proceed and the rehabilitation to occur.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bershani. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask one question about the themes. There are 5 themes, I believe, that have been identified, and you would like to have heritage properties identified for all of those themes. That's part of this policy. And I can only think of 4 right now. Society, arts, government, architecture, and there's one more. Nevertheless, I'll go on. The idea of the policy is that there are some areas where there is no property that's been designated yet. So this would give the community an opportunity to become part of this, because they can look and identify areas that might fit into the themes that can come forward to the city. So it would be a much better heritage look at what's important in the city to the people who live in the city to carry the history forward. And then the only other thing that I wanted to ask you, how will owners of these properties be evaluated or be part of the evaluation when you evaluate the list over the next 5 years?
Charlotte?
Through you, Your Worship. So yes, there exactly what you said. There's the 5 themes: habitation, economies, governance, society, and arts are the 5. So that's what we'll do. And then as we move forward, as Mr. Searle said, there would be communications when we go forward to do the statement or the evaluation to create the statement.
So that people who own those houses would know exactly where their house fits.
That's right.
And if it's a Class 2, they could ask to have it withdrawn as well.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, that's right. We wouldn't be looking for designation without their consent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Any other questions on the report? I have one, just a general question. Some of the delegations spoke about this being one of the leading edge in terms of heritage preservation. And I'm wondering, from the administration perspective, what's your comment on that? A comparative analysis is quite useful. What is this proposal like compared to other municipal heritage bylaws and reports? Ms. Harlock?
Your Worship, I think with our thematic framework in the context of being able to meet the themes, I think that is moving us forward into the way to preserve our heritage and our culture that we wish to do. So from that respect, I think that is really where we need to be, and then the evaluation tools. So I believe that we're at the next stage of where we need to be. Part of our next review is going to be looking at, for that second part of the council motion, we'll be looking at our program and bringing recommendations back on our conservation program and what gaps might be missing with respect to that. And I think we have a lot of opportunity to learn from what other municipalities are doing around different forms of incentives and ways in which we can encourage the preservation of our historic heritage.
Good. Thank you for that. If there are no other questions, I'm going to call question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we have the bylaw. Councillor Findera.
Thank you, Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, the bylaw 2019-14 be introduced and read the first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw 2019-14 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that Council hereby consents to bylaw 2019-14 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2019-14 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to other delegations. Next one is report 19-44, Judith Veresick. Veresick, if you identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Fougere and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you in support of the City Square Plaza Welcome Services Pavilion. My name is Judith Veresick, Executive Director with the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. And on behalf of the Artie Bid Board of Directors, I'm here to support the recommendation before you today. When City Square Plaza was designed, it included locations for 2 pavilions located at the east and west sides of the plaza. The east pavilion was intended to be a food service pavilion, and the west was to be a visitor service pavilion. The underground infrastructure, including water lines, sewer, electrical, and grade beams, were put into place during plaza construction back in 2011. However, due to budget constraints, the pavilions were never built. In 2012, the Downtown Deferred Revenue Account was established. The funds in this account are made up of development charges from the construction of Mosaic Tower and Agriculture Place, along with surface parking over-dedication fees from the office area zones outside of the city center. These funds are to be used specifically for downtown improvement projects and programming of downtown events. In 2017, City Council agreed to contribute $150,000 from that DDRA fund towards the construction of the Welcome Services Pavilion. Since then, we've worked closely with city administration to develop design plans for the building and secure additional private funding to match the city's initial contribution. $150,000 was secured from a private donor in Q4 of 2018. Immediately, we worked to finalize the permit and issue the construction tender. We received 5 bids and accepted the lowest bid, which was $350,500. Construction has since started on the pavilion. The funding requested today would be allocated through the Downtown Deferred Revenue account, similar to the initial $150,000 in funding approved in 2017. Regina Downtown is a strong supporter of City Square. Since 2011, we've offered a number of programs that support positive activation of the Park, Plaza, and FW Hill Mall. The Welcome Services Pavilion will allow us to continue to grow and enhance these programs and services. With the pavilion's construction, we will have a permanent, professional location to provide support to visitors and residents who come to downtown Regina. Once constructed, Artie Bid intends to fully staff the pavilion from Victoria Day through Labor Day, 6 days a week. We also have an agreement with Tourism Regina to help provide additional staffing throughout the summer. Additionally, we will be open on key dates during the fall and winter for festivals, farmers markets, and other special events. The service desk that we have planned for the building will be located to the east side of the building and will include a walk-up window for visitors to speak to our staff. There's an electrical room to house the operational system for the lighting in City Square Plaza. The washroom is private and for staff use only. The storage area will be used for amenities and soft goods that support the operations of the pavilion and plaza. This would include a small lending library, bike repair station, ping pong tables, bistro tables, and brochures. The pavilion will also be used to provide comprehensive visitor services, including but not limited to a seating area or patio, an enhanced Wi-Fi hotspot. It would become the meeting point for guided tours. We intend to install a bike repair station, which would align very nicely with the 12th Avenue bike lane. And we're planning on installing a public water spigot, which would allow for water bottle refills.
You have 1 minute left in your presentation time.
Thank you. Additional amenities will be added as demand dictates. The plans before you today are a result of the collaboration between the bid and the community services staff, in particular Janine Daradich. Together, we have identified a suitable design that meets our operational needs and allows us to grow our visitor services program. As mentioned earlier, the lowest construction bid for this project was $350,500. We request an additional allocation from the DDRA fund for $25,000. We have secured the remaining balance through our capital reserve and other private donations. With your approval, we will have the Welcome Services Pavilion constructed and operational for this 2019 summer season. We look forward to continuing our partnership with the City of Regina in ensuring City Square, Victoria Park, and FW Hill Mall are vibrant, exciting, and safe places for the community to gather. The construction of the Welcome Services Pavilion is essential to meeting these goals. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll see if there are questions. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for coming forward. We spoke a little bit at executive, and it was talked about public washrooms, and I never got to ask you the question I asked administration, but I'd like to ask you the question in regards to, you guys live it every day. Is there people who gather there that ask about public washrooms, and do you see a need there?
Through you, Mayor, we host events throughout the summer in City Square Plaza, as well as we have close communications with the farmers market. There's always a desire for safe, permanent public bathrooms. No one's really enthusiastic about using porta-johns. We tried a pilot last year where we brought in comfort station, so something that actually had flush toilets and a water tank to eliminate smells, and there was a sink in there. I think the maintenance of it was a challenge for us in terms of having it cleaned out on a daily basis. So it's not something that we are pursuing this year, but it was well used by folks that came out to our farmers market or the night market and the cinema under the stars. And I believe the folks that attended the farmers market, they're telling us that their vendors used it quite often as well.
Thank you for that, through the chair. So with the Regina Downtown Bids plan, is there a conversation that will be had with city administration to have a permanent somewhere, if it's not going to be in this building, somewhere around the grounds?
Through you, the chair. I believe that the idea of permanent washrooms was identified when the city went through the Regina Downtown Neighborhood Plan process. And that was before my time, but my recollection of the plan recommendation was that as construction happens within the downtown, the developer or the property owner would be encouraged to install public washrooms on ground floor. So that would kind of keep the use that use in an existing building that already has supervision, maybe some security guards, that sort of thing. We have explored other cities and what they do with public washrooms. They typically are on public right-of-ways. We've looked at Victoria, BC, as well as Vancouver. I believe Robson Street has them. They're usually a two-stall, and I believe they come in after the fact. So they weren't built with the streetscape. They were kind of just dropped in. I don't have pricing on that, but it's something we certainly could explore. And if it's a priority for council, we would certainly work with administration to identify best practices and the build and operation of, because I think what gets lost in the discussion about public washrooms is that there's the dollar amount to build it, but then there's also the cost to operate it, to clean it daily. Bryant Park in New York is a place that we hold high up as a best practice. They have a daily attendant that basically lives at the bathroom and constantly cleans it. Now they have definitely higher traffic than we would, but it's a significant investment for that organization. And if Regina were to pursue it, I think the investment would need, the level of service would need to be similar to that, where it's cleaned daily and safety is maintained and it's somewhat supervised.
Good. Thank you. Just with the events that we're having, there's families, children, there is a definite need. So I would offer that, but I will mention that with the administration. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Parshani. Councillor Bassanelli.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thanks for coming out, Judith. I noted in your presentation you mentioned originally there was plans for 2 pavilions, east and west. You're achieving one. Is the other one in the same state where there's been a plan already, the foundations laid, the grade beams, plumbing underground? Is that something you'll be following after completing this?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. There is a foundation there along. I'm going to assume that the power lines and the sewer are all in place underneath the decking. There's a decking right now that protects the grade beam and the foundation. So I believe there are high-level plans, so not detailed design plans, that were completed by the architect back when the plaza was designed. So that architect actually designed both pavilions, and like I mentioned in my presentation, they were never built. So we've tackled the one. I would love to see the other one built, but it was always intended to be a food services pavilion, and that's something that we don't we're not a food and beverage organization. So I would encourage, as we move forward, I think the intent was always to perhaps lease it out to a local entrepreneur that could operate a seasonal food and beverage business out of that spot. And for the future.
Yeah, I guess in light of food trucks, I guess it's kind of changed demographics as well. Just interested in where that was going and after being mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Flegel?
Thanks, and welcome back. Did I hear you correct that you said an architect is thinking ahead? Oh, just checking. I needed to clarify that. So, is that the building that you're going to put on there? You got approval of this in 2017. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay, through what I've seen before in the past is when somebody gets approval at council, they run out and get tenders, like now. How long did it take to finally get a tender that you have numbers on?
Through the chair, we received approval in 2017 June. The caveat for that approval was that RDBID had to find an appropriate match, so a 50% match to that. Yes, it took me a little bit longer than I had hoped to find that match. The minute I found that match, we put that tender out. My understanding was that once you release the tender, you're obligated to build within a certain amount of time. So that's why we held off on issuing the tender.
I'm assuming, do you know a lot about building construction?
Through the chair, enough to be dangerous, but not enough to build a building.
So the only reason I'm asking you that is because if I look at the cost of the building without structurally footings underneath, we're looking at a 600 square foot building for $350,000. That's $530 a square foot. The average high-end home in Regina is running at about $350 a square foot. Have you ever given thought to, and I'm just going to throw this out to you, got all these tenders now, was there any thought ever looked at going to a RTM home builder? Because for $180,000, you can get over 1,000 square foot house, completely done. Drop it on the spot, and you got over 1,000 square feet for about $180,000, $190,000, as opposed to a 600 square foot for $350,000. Was there ever thought on that?
Given that already started construction, is pretty much a moot point, though.
So through the chair, I'm happy to respond to that because I would anticipate general public would probably have the same question. So I do want to answer that question.
Thank you.
I believe, and again, the design of the plaza and the pavilions was done before I started here, before I even moved here. But my understanding was that the architecture of those two pavilions were a part of the whole design aesthetic of the plaza. The foundations that were installed warranted a custom build. So I agree. If the city back in 2011, when they built this thing, had just laid rectangular foundations, we probably would be looking at a lot less. But if you looked at what the foundation form was and the direction we received from city administration to adhere to that form, it required everything to be custom. Like we can't go and get regular prefab roof trusses. Everything had to be done on site and built custom, and it was just a challenge with what was left behind in terms of what the foundation looked like when the
I needed to, because people are asking, so that's why I asked you. And thank you for the answer.
Hopefully that answered your question.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flegel. Councilor Bryce?
Thank you. So this is already being built as we speak. Maybe not tonight, but right now?
Through the chair, yes, correct.
So normally the process is you get the money first, and then, or permission for the money, and then you start building then. So what happens if we say no to this money tonight?
Through the chair, we will tear everything down. No, we're not actually going to do that. No.
And build a house, apparently.
I understand that it seems a little bit backwards. And when the tenders came through, my first call was to administration to inform them of the difference and to see if there would be a possibility of splitting the difference. So the $50,000 over budget or over what we had initially approved. And at the time, we agreed that we would just proceed with the build. This was early January that we were having this discussion in order to try and have it open in time for the summer months. We wanted to avoid construction on Plaza during definitely the July month because that's when everything starts happening. Right now, we are going to be hopefully receiving the keys by June 1. So that kind of helps us avoid missing a summer season.
But you also knew, through you, Mr. Mayor, that there's a risk. We may say no tonight, and then you'll have to deal with it however you deal with it through your budget process. Am I correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Has any discussion been had with the Regina Public Library when we talk about washrooms, for example, for downtown and the plaza area? Because I know you just stated, through you, Your Worship, about new builds, possibly having that as one of the amenities on a main floor. But we also have steps away from this new space is the Regina Public Library. And I know it's not open during all of the festivals and the like, but...
Through the chair, the city already has an existing MOU with the RPL to provide washroom services, and they feel that that's within their mandate. They're quite happy to do it, and it's worked out for our evening events. Again, not speaking for the farmers market, but for our events, we encourage folks to either use the RPL washrooms. We also bring in the porta-johns too for folks that either don't want to wait or don't have any issue with using those. So we usually direct people to them anyways. So that would continue. We've had a conversation also with administration about having signage installed on our building, continuing to direct folks to the library for washrooms.
Thank you. Have you also looked, because you said one of the things that is a little tough when you have washrooms is the cleaning of the washrooms. And I know there's washrooms out there available that are self-cleaning. I know they're very futuristic type, but I know they're out there as well. Have you looked into something like that? I'm just looking, I know we're talking about this structure tonight and the funding regarding it, so I know it's slightly off, but washrooms are important for people when they're downtown at an event or when they're having to sleep on a bench because they have nowhere else to go at night. So I think that that's important for people of Regina. And I'm wondering if you looked at solutions around having that person who's the cleaner being at a washroom and having something self-cleaning like we've seen.
Through the chair, in other communities, the provision of public washrooms has always been a city initiative. My understanding is that if council decides that that is a priority for future years, we certainly would explore all those options, the futuristic options. I mean, some of the things that you've seen are having the one-way mirrors or one-way windows. So when you're in there, you can look out, but people can't look in, which might be kind of cool but frightening at the same time. So I think we would look at all of those things because at the end of the day, if the community wanted to invest and decided that it was a priority, then let's make it really cool and let's make it a showstopper bathroom, right? As much as we want to keep costs down, I think there are lots of opportunities out there that would lend itself to to finding ways to reduce those costs, or technology is becoming a little bit more affordable these days. So we certainly would want a seat at the table should council decide that that's a priority. We would want to work hand in hand with administration to identify the best way to proceed with it.
Thank you very much. Well, you were able to find a donor for this, so maybe that might be a next opportunity for a donor for a washroom. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. I have a couple questions. How confident are you there'll be no more cost overruns?
In response, the bid is committing to covering any future cost overruns that might happen over and above. And I believe we are aware of a few change requests that have come in. A lot of them have been in relation to the construction of the plaza and things not being where they said that they would be on the plans of the plaza. So we've had to move a few things that we didn't anticipate having to move. So at this point in time, BID is planning on covering those additional costs.
Okay. Up until the time we have a conversation about a public washroom area somewhere, we just had that conversation. I think you get the flavor that councilors are sort of interested in seeing this being done. Is it possible to make the washrooms that you're constructing public until that time? Do we have another circumstance that provides that, with the help of possibly the administration helping to maintain that? Is it possible to have those washrooms made public washrooms?
Right now, the design of the floor plan would not lend itself to it being a public facility. It's in the middle of our operational storage space, so it would be very difficult to open that to the public without compromising, the safety, security of staff and things that are our property that we would have stored in there. That being said, if there isn't a market for a food services pavilion in the future on the east side of the plaza, perhaps that could be retrofitted to a public restroom space. Maybe we remove that foundation that limits it to that weird one-of-a-kind shape and put down a rectangular shape that could accommodate washrooms. But, the plumbing, the sewer's all there, so.
So there's no way that there'd be a change order to move that to more publicly accessible before it's constructed?
Unfortunately, no.
You sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure about that.
Thank you. Okay, no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We return to the gallery and we'll look at report 1921. Councillor Stevens.
So the recommendation and report before us reads that an increase in the City of Regina's contribution to the Welcome Services Pavilion of $25,000 from the Downtown Deferred Revenue account be approved. Second, that the Executive Director of City Planning and Community Development be authorized to negotiate and approve an addendum to the terms of the construction and operating agreement for the increase in funding. And third, that the City Clerk be authorized to execute the necessary addendum to the agreement upon review and approval by the City Solicitor.
Put a second for that, please. Councillor Massanelli. Okay.
Great. Totally support this project. I think it's going to really add to the downtown. It is obviously sparking a conversation with the need to talk about additional services in the downtown area. But I would pass the floor to administration to add any comments.
Ms. Harlock.
Through your worship, I don't really have much more to add. It does obviously bring part of the plan to life, which is great. I think we're open to any conversations that council would have with regards to the washrooms. As Ms. Versick said, we do have an MOU with the library currently to ensure that public washrooms are available.
Thank you for that. Further discussion on the report. Councillor Flagel.
I need to bring this up because we're talking about a food pavilion service, possibly in the downtown square, and yet we're trying to promote more food trucks from buying licenses. And we sat here and argued over a $300 discrepancy. Then we argued, now we're talking about $25,000. And anytime we ever brought up the glockenspiel, it was to bring down from 500,000 to 325,000. And I think they might even come in under that. So they're working hard to bring it down even lower. I know we're only talking 25 grand because in the next two items, I think we're talking about $7.5 million. So it's kind of a different thing. But the principle of the matter is, and Councillor Bryce brought up a good point too, which always gets me going because 10 years ago we shut down a builder because he started building on a lot and a plan before he got approval. And I think he might have even got fined for doing so, and that builder was not impressed. We just had another situation where there was things going on that were not right, and they got stopped. But the one back 10 years ago was an isolated case where a developer built built a footing, put the footings in before he finally got approval, and we shut him down. And we're not doing that here. I don't like the fact that they've started ahead of time. I don't like the fact that it's taken so long. And I don't like the fact that there's no public washrooms because the downtown absolutely needs washrooms. We can't rely on using the public library because they closed down. We can't rely on businesses in the area. And I think we need to figure this out. And to build 600 square feet for $350,000 when the footings are already there, I would believe that if you went to a module home builder, they could retrofit to set on those footings in about 5 seconds with the AutoCAD systems. And I mean, maybe we should, there's people in the room right now that might even be nodding their head going, yeah, it would be a pretty simple thing to do. Maybe not. I could be wrong. But I just think that, I'm not in support of what's going on downtown, because this should have been, honestly, this shouldn't even be a discussion because it should have been done a year ago in my books. Because like I said, when people get approval from City Council, next morning they're out there getting tenders and they're getting the stuff done. And in 3 to 6 months, they've got holes in the ground, piles going on and everything else. There's been nothing for about almost 2 years, year and a half for sure. So anyway, those are just my comments. I don't like how this has proceeded, and I don't think it's meeting all the needs that we have for a community, that then we're going to have to go and build another building to house washrooms where we already have something set up that we can look at. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. So I agree that the way things roll out should be done at a process level, that this wasn't approved before they actually went ahead and started things. So I don't like that part of it. I think we're going to have to solve the washroom issue, I think, separately, because there's no way this space can accommodate washrooms that we're looking at. I would like to see it as a public washroom, but the way it's set up, it's in the middle of their storage area. So I think we're going to have to solve that issue, but I don't like it coming after the fact, asking for money after they've already got everything going on it. So that's what I don't like about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Barchiani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate all the work that Regina Downtown Bid does. It's great work, building our community, bringing the community downtown, which is great, and all ages. But there is a very important piece that I've heard from the general public. They love to come downtown when they can get down here, and they're offering the skating now with this, also the cinema in the evening in the summer. And we continue to say we want to get people downtown, but yet families who have young children or elderly parents that come down to enjoy it, to me, it's totally unacceptable that they would have to walk to the public library to use the bathrooms. Like, to me, we're a city that, we've got to look after our own business. We want people to come downtown. We need to have those kind of services. So even though, and I am disappointed that it started and there's no change that can be made. I think if anybody was to look at it, maybe is there an addition that could be added on? I don't know. But I guess the question I'm going to ask is, and I will agree with Councillor Flagel, that $350,000 for a 600 square foot building seems atrocious. I'm not sure if there's, again, there's not a lot of money to be had, and I think it's sad when we've got a small building that's not going to be living up to what we need it for. So the question I would like to ask is, do I have to make a motion, or can I just a friendly, it wouldn't be an amendment, but it would just be, I think, a concern with council that we do want a public washroom in the square somewhere considered. Do I have to make that? Can I make a motion?
You can add to this report if you'd like to, but it really is outside the construction cost of this one. So there's a couple of things that could be done. You could bring a motion forward to committee next time you meet to say that because I think you're on that committee, I believe.
Yes.
You are.
Yeah.
You could bring a motion through the committee
Okay.
to ask for that. Because it really is outside the decision that we're making tonight, which is to $25,000 for the current building.
Okay.
So I would suggest that be the best way to do that. But I'm at the lead of council if they want to entertain a motion requiring at some future date that a washroom be built at another structure. We'll look at that too, but I personally think it's outside the parameters of the report.
Okay. I will leave it to bring it back to committee. Then we'll go from there. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barshani. Councilor Murray.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm in support of it completely. I think it's, we've looked at this plan a year ago. We looked at it even before that, and no one brought up a washroom being an issue at all, not once, that I heard. So I think it's crazy that we're talking about it right now. So I'm totally in support of it. I think in the future that's absolutely something we need to look at, but I don't think it's time to derail what's been working on for however long. So yeah, I'm in support of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Beer, can you take the chair, please, just for a second?
Your Worship.
So I rise to say I definitely support this recommendation and having the construction done right away. I totally agree with that. And I just wanted to clarify a statement from the administration on this, if I could. The tender, we decided in 2017 to support this building being built, contingent upon RD Bid finding their half of the money. It took them a year and a half, roughly, to find that. Once they found out they had a partner to fund that, they put this out for tender. During the construction, they realized or were told there's an initial $25,000 that's required by the city. Would they pay for that? In the view of the administration, have we changed or sidestepped any tendering process or procurement process?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, no, we don't believe that we have looked at this, and we feel it is fine.
I don't think we did either. I think it just took a longer time to actually have it constructed. And that's part of the deal we made with the RD bid. The issue of washroom is very important, and I look forward to the motion coming from the committee to actually do that. But Councilor Murray makes a good point. This was not discussed nor raised before. It's important. Not saying it's not important, but during the design of this building, that was not an issue. So we're superimposing that requirement on there, and I think we should do that very, very much in an important way. So I think we should get on with the building, provide the support for the RD bid to do that, and ensure they don't have a cost overrun again. Other than that, I fully support the building being built right away.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councilor Steves, you want to close debate? Okay, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. So we just passed a bylaw a few moments ago that talks about us having a 15-minute break at 7:45. It is now 7:45. I'm going to ask for if it's the desire of council to continue, we can do that, or we can take that break.
Shall.
I think we also talked about, does it say shall? Because I think we talked about we vote on it. Maybe it's the end of the meeting. The adjournment?
meeting.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for a motion for a 15-minute break. Notwithstanding, we have delegations waiting for us. A motion, I think it's 15 minutes, is it not? You said it in your note. We're going to check this out. It says 15 minutes. The actually 15 minutes in the bylaw. So a motion for a break. Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Murray. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried as a shall anyway. So we're back at 8 o'clock. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. We'll proceed on with our delegations. Craig Reynolds and Kent Paul, please come forward. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for your record, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation time.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm Craig Reynolds. I'm President and CEO of the Saskatchewan Roughhead Football Club. With me this evening is Kent Paul. He's our Chief Financial Officer. Last month, we were absolutely thrilled to be selected by the CFL Grey Cup Selection Committee to be the successful host of the 2020 Grey Cup and bring that significant event to both Regina and Saskatchewan. I want to thank City Council and City Administration for their support of the bid to date. We're here to formally ask for the City's support for $1 million in cash and City services to support the execution of the Grey Cup Festival and the events. We have a number of civic, economic, and financial impacts to the City through this event that I'd like to bring to your attention. The Grey Cup and hosting the Grey Cup is a significant opportunity to showcase City of Regina assets on a national and international stage. That includes the new stadium, obviously, Mosaic Stadium, as well as the facilities at Everest Place, including the new International Trade Center. Hosting an event of this magnitude brings a ton of civic pride and involvement. It brings significant tourism and visitors to the city and provides a significant opportunity for programming with many free events aimed specifically at families. The economic impact is significant. The 2013 Grey Cup Festival had 285,000 total attendees over 4 days. 65% of those attendees were Regina residents. The economic impact was estimated at $93 million, with Regina seeing $68 million of that economic impact. That's the equivalent of 400 full-year jobs were created, and $21 million in wages and salaries, and over $14 million in new tax revenues were generated in 2013. There is financial impact directly to the city. Working with city administration, we estimate that the direct return on the $1 million investment is estimated to be over 20% to the city. That would come in the forms of facility fees at Mosaic Stadium for the actual game itself, through food and beverage revenue through Everest Place and the stadium, through Everest Place profit for the hosting of the events on their grounds, and the city portion of increased PST revenue. We're happy to take any questions around this ask to support the 2020 Grey Cup.
Good. Thank you very much. There are questions. Councillor Murray.
Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Paul, thank you very much for coming and providing us this presentation. The request for $1 million, it says in the report here a mix of cash and services. Do you have an idea of what that ratio request would be for a mix?
No, we're completely open to working with city administration on that. So in the past, transit services, those types of things are certainly viable options to fulfill that mix.
Okay, just asking for clarity on the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship, gentlemen. In the report that we have before us, Clause 4 says that the City of Regina entered into a negotiation with the Saskatchewan Roughriders and Riel respecting a fair and reasonable return to the city of the profits from hosting the 2020 Grey Cup. How do you understand that clause?
Yeah, we understand that to be a combination of financial impacts that I spoke to. So around the return to the city in terms of facility fees, through negotiations with Everest Place around facility rentals, those types of things, and the ultimate sort of profitability of the events, the week-long events to Everest Place and through via them to the city.
And do you have any estimate at this time, even very approximate, of what that might be?
Yeah, we estimated that to be an approximate return on this investment of about 20%.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, gentlemen, and good to see you again, and congratulations on winning the bid. Legacy. There's always something being left, something good left for the city of Regina. Is there any type of plan that you've got in place to show the legacy of the 2020 Grey Cup?
Yeah, Councillor, we don't have detailed plans right now, but that was part of the bid. So as part of the bid, we had to provide some concepts around what we would be thinking from a legacy project or projects coming out of the 2020 Grey Cup. So our plan going forward would be to strike a volunteer committee who would have two main mandates. One would be provincial outreach, so how do we get the entire province involved in this event? Right. And the second would be the legacy that would be left from this event. But I will tell you, in the bid document, we talked about reinvestment back into the community where the events will be held, i.e. the North Central community. So that's a big part of the legacy component in terms of how we consider it.
Thanks. I know you work with them, but I think RMF would be somebody that would be, to get kids involved at that level of a Grey Cup when you're 12 years old, it's like, wow, that's huge.
Yeah, that was the second, sorry to interrupt, that was the second component to the legacy was amateur football.
Yeah. I remember last time the Grey Cup was held here, there was a net profit that was derived from the whole week. Do you have a ballpark of what your projections would be this go around for even today? If you sort of said today we're going to have a net profit of $5 million, or is
Mr. Paul,
Mr. Paul the numbers guy?
So net profit wise from the holistic Grey Cup is approximately $7 million. Is what we're budgeting. But the model has shifted with the league since 2013, such that net profit is shared with the league. And so as part of the bid, we had to guarantee a minimum net profit to the league. And so that $7 million isn't all with the club. The club would see about 40% of that.
Okay. Good. No, thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Brashani.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you and congratulations on winning the bid. I know people are excited and the buzz is around the city. One of the questions I have is not everybody's going to be able to go to the game. What is the opportunity for youth and what's going to be happening prior to that other people can partake who maybe can't go to the game?
Yeah, no, absolutely good question. There's a number of, obviously the planning is just beginning, but as part of the bid we had to advance that planning to a certain stage, and that planning included a number of events in the lead up to the game, so from the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, a number of which would be free and certainly family friendly. So that may include a parade, much like was done in 2013. It certainly would include a street hype festival on the Everest Place grounds, as well as a number of other free events targeted specifically to youth.
Okay, great. Can I ask what other organizations are putting in money and how much?
Yeah, so the province of Saskatchewan has committed to a $3 million investment in bringing the Grey Cup here. And Regina Hotels Association has committed $150,000 in supporting the bid. A number of prominent corporate sponsors of ours have, although they haven't committed a financial number, have committed letters of support that was also included in the bid that was sent to the CFO.
Okay, great. And can I just ask about like advertising, and is there any other options for the city of Regina to get any other revenue? As the taxpayer, I know I've heard from people saying, well, what we're already paying a levy on the facility. As a taxpayer, or to get our $1 million kind of back, what are some other things that you would think that maybe the city could do to try and so it almost becomes a wash?
Yeah, well, certainly as part of the recognition for this level of investment, there would be a sponsorship sort of recognition of the city. So obviously that would provide recognition of the support, although not a direct revenue contribution. Obviously that would be nationally and internationally recognized, and obviously bringing an event of this magnitude also, and the number of visitors it does, also brings other events to the city. So we've outlined a number of direct sort of financial contributions, but they're more along the lines of what you alluded to, which is sort of the facility fee, food and beverage at the stadium, PST, the city's portion of PST from the economic impact of the event.
Okay, and thank you. Councillor Hawkins asked, but how much did you say that the revenue that would come back in dollars? What could that be to the city?
Well, we anticipated it, and we provided this to city administration of about $1.2 million in returned back to the city.
To come back to the city. Okay. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Prashani. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Is that part of that $1.2 million, the ticket fee that's added, the stadium fee?
Yes,
Sir,
the
Your
facility
Worship?
fee. Yes.
Okay, so how many tickets are you looking at selling?
Right now, the capacity that we're anticipating would be upwards of 40,000. It would not exceed 40,000, and there'd be a study around exactly what is the optimal capacity based on the economics of expanding the stadium and ticket pricing.
Perfect. And the ticket fee that is the facility fee?
Yes, it's a $12 facility fee that's
$12.
charged on every ticket.
Okay. So the $1 million that you're here to talk about today, this is something that we already committed to back in September. Am I correct in that?
There was a letter of support that was included in the bid back in September. We had a bid deadline of, I believe it was November 2nd. So we had to provide bid documents. We actually had to go to Toronto and the CFL Selection Committee and pitch it. And so we needed to show support from both our provincial government and municipal government around this bid.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. There's no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. And we'll now look at the report for Executive Committee on the hosting of the 2020 Grey Cup. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. All right, to bring in CR 19-22, support to host the 2020 Grey Cup. I move to concur in the recommendation containing in this report with a slight addition to the executive title referred in recommendation 2. It should read as Executive Director of City Planning and Community Development.
Thank you. Thank you. Seconder for that, please. Councillor Young. Discussion on the report. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. To administration, our delegates spoke of discussion around a legacy project or infrastructure initiative. What would the city like to see as a legacy? What kind of investment in either the facility or services would we have in our pocket that we would bring to the bargaining table? Maybe a pathway to downtown.
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, we haven't had specific conversations with the riders yet. Mr. Reynolds mentioned North Central Community Association and the North Central community in itself. The discussions in terms of what a legacy would look like. Real, of course, is one of the largest employers of our Indigenous population within North Central. So I think really from our perspective, if we can look at a contribution that stays in the North Central community, that promotes activity for youth, promotes employment opportunity for Indigenous peoples, and also, the riders are a big contributor and supporter of the Mumaway Adjutant Center. So although the options are still open for discussion, I think there's some definite benefit in terms of investing in the community, and the other, of course, is a contribution to Regina Minor football.
Great, thank you. And what was the benefit last time? So we kind of have a snapshot of how this would unfold. What was the return to the city? What was the legacy benefit of the 2013 event? And can we use that to test this 20% return?
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, in terms of legacy from the 2013 Grey Cup, part of it was the facility expansion and enhancements. So if you remember all of the additional seating that was added for the Grey Cup in 2013, and of course the riders then distributed that seating out into the community when we rebuilt Mosaic Stadium. And that was known at the time that there would always be that opportunity to look at giving back to not only Regina but the entire province. In terms of the direct benefit back for the investment, it's always a matter of, with the new stadium, obviously we get the $12 facility fee, which is at $40,000 is about $480,000. But we also get all of the rental fees. When I say we, I mean Real, our municipal corporation, in terms of the space, not only for Mosaic Stadium, but all of the other spaces, Queensbury, AGT lounges. They have really talked about using a Grey Cup pavilion, where the majority of the activities would be on that site. Also, it just generates economic activity in our hotels, in our restaurants. So obviously our business community gets very excited about what goes on in Grey Cup Week and the Grey Cup Festival. And then indirectly through increased spending, through municipal revenue sharing, the percentages that we get in terms of PST. An increased PST means a greater level of return in terms of our annual revenues.
Thank you. To the question that Councillor Hawkins asked the delegation, what would the administration think of as a fair return if we're thinking of this as an investment? I wouldn't ask this if this was an amateur sports association or any other kind of community group, but it is a professional industry that makes a lot of money. What are we wanting in return when we go to the bargaining table?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, the request of council was for the administration to sit down and negotiate, obviously, with the riders. Mr. Reynolds has indicated, for $1 million investment, you're going to see in the range of $1.2 million. Is that a fair and reasonable return, given that this is, $1 million of taxpayers' money? And I think in terms of the activity it generates in the community, the excitement it generates in the community, and just the fact that these types of events continue to put Regina on the map, and also, I think, give us exposure and give us the potential to attract additional activities into the future. When we go to the table to have those discussions, we'll take a look at the overall financial picture and what the revenues and the profits will look like. Obviously, there are commitments that the riders need to make to the CFL. But we have a great relationship with the riders and ourselves and with Rio, and I'm sure that we'll look to make sure that everybody is benefiting mutually through the hosting of the event.
Thank you. It seems like some of the plan is to be decided in terms of how the $1 million is split up. What do you imagine as the contribution in kind? I understand the buses and so on. Are we adding to that? Would that also perhaps include RPS expenses for overtime?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, actually just in a discussion today with the RPS, they were talking about their anticipated costs in terms of Grey Cup 2020, but also what they experienced in 2013. And their costs are in excess of $250,000. So when you look at the cost of policing, when you look at the cost of traffic control, you look at transit, when we have 40,000 people converging on one space, then obviously we have some requirements from our organization in terms of making sure that everybody is safe and secure. So that $1 million in terms of the negotiation, we'll make sure that we fully understand the services that we need to provide to the riders, and we would obviously make sure that we're providing enough flexibility to recover our costs, and then the balance of that would go as a cash donation to the riders.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I'd just like to just state a couple of things, and administration can correct me if I'm wrong through your worship. When the stadium project was brought forward originally, part of the plan in financing that debt was actually to hold a Grey Cup every X number of years. I can't remember if it was 8 or 10 years. Am I correct in that?
Mr. Holden?
Or have I been around too long?
Through your worship, no comment on that. But yeah, the model was built on hosting a Grey Cup approximately every 8 years.
Okay, thank you. Memory has served me well then. So I think that in September we made a promise that if they were going to go forward with the Grey Cup, we would provide $1 million in kind and with a mixture of cash. Here we are once again talking about something that we agreed to back in September, and we have to follow through on our promise that we made that they went forward with us as part of their team. So I think that we've already made that commitment, so we need to follow through on that commitment. And us, if we said today, no, we're not going to do this, first of all, we'd be losing money because we're looking at 20% increase on the $1 million that we're putting in. Second of all, we had a plan in place to part of our debt repayment program for the stadium is to actually host these things. And if we say no to this, that changes everything in that capacity. So I think that we've already laid out the path to do this, and I think we need to move forward and do it.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and I'm in total support of this, and my math usually serves me pretty well. So if I'm understanding correctly, we're going to put $1 million up front, and in-kind dollars are still dollars. So it doesn't. You're not saving any money by. We have to charge out. So $1 is $1, whether it's a bus ride or police or whatever. So it's $1 million. I'm hearing we're going to get $1.2 million back, plus $66 million worth of economic development in the city of Regina, and $98 million was for provincial. Was that what okay?
Provincial.
Wasn't sure. Pretty simple. I don't need a huge university education to realize that that is an absolute no-brainer in terms of coming back. Plus the spin-off that our youth get, our stadium exposure nationally, internationally, worldwide, because this game is getting bigger and bigger in terms of TV revenues, and who's looking at it. So again, putting us on the map. If you look at what had happened this past summer with the LPGA, we were recognized around the world. TSN, Golf Week, the Golf Channel, which goes everywhere. Regina was the showcase every 7 minutes when they came back from a commercial break, saying, wow, look at this. They were showing the Wascana view and all this other kind of stuff. It's huge dollars, and we're making a profit. We're making $200,000. Plus, every business in the city is going to benefit in some way, some more than others, hotels, bars, etc. Liquor, government is going to make more money, provincial government, feds are going to get more, etc., by us hosting it, and the CFL likes coming to Regina. I don't care what anybody says. We could probably host a Grey Cup every year here, and nobody would complain. The only complaint I think we'd have is we need to get that game moved to middle or later October. Then you'd need a 50,000-seat stadium because more people would show up. But what I'm getting at is that this is easy, and I agree with Councillor Bryce. In principle, we agreed to the $1 million, but we all kind of knew that going forward, it wasn't really going to cost City Hall any money. It's going to make us a profit, and it's going to make people want to get back into business and take part in the $66 million profit center that's coming forward in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Brashani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in 2013, do we, through Your Worship, do we know what we gave back then?
Mr. Holden.
Through Your Worship, my memory isn't maybe serving me as well as Councillor Bryce's, but I think it was in the neighborhood of about $800,000. But I think Mr. May has an exact number, or Ms. Shaley. I'll ask them.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, Your Worship, we gave $1 million, which included $155,000 in-kind staff time and $865,000 that was drawn from the general fund reserve.
Great. Okay, so was there? Thank you for that. To me, that says a lot. I mean, we're how many years later, and we're giving $1 million, and we're getting, 1.2 back. We're getting more. This builds community around the province, but in Canada, and we are known for our Riderville, and we host a party here that people of all ages can get involved for different things. But is there a follow-up report that administration will be bringing to council with the benefits, with a financial summation of from our investment as to what the outcome will be?
Mr. Holden.
Through Your Worship, so following the 2013 Grey Cup, actually we did bring a report to council that summarized the final financial arrangements, because there was an expectation back in 2013 that there'd be some return on investment, just much like you've asked for tonight. So upon completion of Grey Cup 2020, we would bring a follow-up report summarizing the success of Grey Cup and highlighting the rider victory.
Okay. And one more point, Your Worship. It is an opportunity to highlight our city and the people within our province, because the Rider Nation is across this whole province. But I think that it's important that we take an opportunity, I hope, that we have Tourism Regina. They're taking lots of photos that we promote our city so we can expand that. That is with our economic development Regina that has to happen. So thank you for the great work.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, through your worship. I'll be brief. We have quite a diverse portfolio of investments. Do we have any that reaches a 20% annual ROI?
Mr. Holden, try that one out.
That we know
of? Through your worship, I'm going to take the easy way out on this one and refer our community investments question over to Ms. Shaley.
Ms. Shaley, what do you have to say about that?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm not aware of any economic impacts beyond 20%.
That's the answer. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Verdure, you want to take the chair for a moment, please?
Go to Your Worship.
So I've been waiting for this event, this Grey Cup event, from the very moment that we actually completed the stadium. I knew we would be successful in getting a bid. I was very confident of that. We have the best stadium in Canada, probably one of the best in North America for its size, and we have the model franchise to put this together. So we put that all together, we're going to see a very successful Grey Cup. Members of Council have already said what the return will be. And to my mind, it isn't about making money back, although that's a good thing too. This is about investing in part of the culture of our city. Many aspects of the culture of our city, but sport is one of those. The Riders is one of those. So we can receive a 20% payback, or break even, or not so much. I'm okay with that. This is why we built the stadium. One of the main reasons why we did to have the Grey Cup here, to celebrate. We've seen lots of great events happening in our stadium over the last little while, and we'll see it later this year, and obviously into next year. So for me, this is a long time coming. As soon as we opened that officially to that stadium, I thought, we're going to get a Grey Cup here, and 2020 would be the day. Very, very, very proud to stand here and support this.
Thank you, Your Worship.
No other speakers, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to our next one. This is Ruth Smiley and Jamie Bull. Globe Theatre, City of Regina Priority Projects. We've got a whole bunch of people coming up here. So if you could identify everyone who's there. For the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is Ruth Smiley. I'm the Artistic Director of Globe Theatre.
Jamie Bull, the Executive Director of Globe Theatre.
Leanne Croft, Chair of the Redevelopment Committee with the Globe Theatre.
James Yoke, Principal and Architect with P3A.
Okay. The floor is yours.
So we know you're having a very long evening, and we did a lengthy presentation to the Executive Council meeting. And so we're here tonight to answer any questions that you may have about our request for support for the revitalization of the Globe Theatre.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. So one of the questions that I do have is, again, I think it's important to figure out how did the Globe come up to the city to ask for the amount of the 6.5? How did that figure come about? How was that determined?
Okay. So it's $6.6 million that we're requesting. So initially the cost of the project was $25 million. And so we have asked the city and the province and the federal government to each contribute $6.6 million. The Globe Theatre is going to raise $5 million in private funds, and another $2 million in additional operating revenues for the 2 years that we're out of the building. So it's roughly an equivalency. It's a four-way partnership to create this space. Costs have gone up since we did the original pricing. It's now estimated to cost $29 million. And the federal government has indicated that they will be there for us to assist us with that additional cost. And those additional costs are the additional costs on steel and provincial sales tax that's now being added to construction costs.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. One of the questions the Globe had purchased the building in 2014. Was it purchased? Who was it purchased from? Was that from
606215 Saskatchewan Limited.
Okay. Okay. Because at one time, through your worship, it was the post office, of course, and City Hall at one time, and so I wasn't sure if it was a city building at that time.
No, it was sold to a private developer in 1981 for $1. And that was Fennel Group, and then Fennel Group went bankrupt, and then it was purchased by 606215 Saskatchewan Limited.
Okay, great. So one of the questions the other question I do have is how many actors would the Globe employ as main characters that are local Saskatchewan, born and raised here?
Okay.
In your
appreciate that question. So the board has a policy that one of our strategic priorities is that 50% of the actors hired at Globe Theatre every year are Saskatchewan artists, and we exceed that every year. So last year, of the artists that were hired at Globe Theatre, 78 out of 117 were from Saskatchewan. And this year we're on track to do the same. So it's very important for us that we're actually investing in the artistic community here. And we also have professional training programs for actors, and we have apprenticeships for stage managers, and we train most of the production members are from Regina, and we've trained them into their jobs here.
Great. And through your worship, those are actors on the main stage?
Main stage.
78%?
Main stage, second stage, but that also includes designers and stage managers who are also artists. So, yeah, we include all artists that work at the theater in those numbers.
Okay. And do you know what the percentage is on the main stage?
Main stage would be just over 50%. So what we do is we give each director what we believe the roles are that they can cast here. And so they audition here first, and it's kind of a quota system where we ask them to stay within those guidelines that we provided to them.
Great. Through your worship, are these actors, once they become, do they have to sign on for equity, or how does that work with the Globe?
So most of our main stage productions, we're members of PACT, the Professional Association of Canadian Theatres, and as members of PACT, we're signatories to the Canadian Theatre Agreement. So what that means is that almost all of our productions, the artists are working under Canadian Theatre Agreement rules and fee structures. In the case of an event like Making Treaty 4, we are presenting that production, and we're paying the Making Treaty 4 collective the full amount of the production, and they own that production, and we're supporting them in that. And in that way, we're not working within the same kind of guidelines as the Canadian Theatre Agreement because we've been working for 2 years, and so that doesn't fall within that agreement. So we're presenting and paying them a fee.
Okay. Through your worship, we have many other theaters in the city as well, smaller theaters. If the funding goes through, what would the Globe be willing or would be doing with some of these smaller theaters that are affected the same way as the Globe? Lack of space, affordability in that way that they don't have enough room and space to I guess, thrive. But what would the Globe be doing, though, to expand that if this funding went through for the smaller theaters?
So the plan is to put a 250-seat theater into the basement of the building, and that will be used for our Soundbox series, which is our second stage series, which showcases original work by Saskatchewan artists. But we do 4 shows a year, usually, and so that's about a 12-week process. So that facility will be available to the community, and we're going to offer it at cost to the community. So right now, organizations are paying market rates for, whether it's the Connexus Arts Center or other, there aren't many other facilities, or the university. And we're trying to fill a gap. And this goes back to a conversation that we actually had with city administration, including Chris Holden, back in, I think it was 2010, when the city did their recreation study. And the need for another performance venue in the city was identified as a priority. And we're responding to that with a really well-equipped facility that will be accessible, which is a big issue for some of the organizations in the city, like Listen to This, who are actually resident in our building. They use our rehearsal space, and they have an office, but they can't actually access the stage. So this will enable Listen to This to actually perform in our building.
So, through your worship, just in regards to, like, give an example, Regina Little Theatre or those kinds of the ones that are doing sometimes performances the same time as the Globe is doing, would they then be able to access that second venue then? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. So if we were doing a main stage show, absolutely, and there was nothing on the second stage that we were producing, like Regina Little Theatre, for example, works out their season well in advance, as do we. So there'd be a conversation about what do you want to do and when do you want to do it. And we often have two shows running simultaneously, so one on the main stage and one in our little tiny space. And this will be a much better facility where there'll be no sound bleed. There'll be separate patron amenities, separate dressing rooms. So yes, those schedules will be worked out with those organizations well in advance of a season starting.
Okay, good. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Shaney. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. Ruth, I just have one question. Can you tell us a little bit about the way in which the Globe supports young people, aspiring actors in our community, and the way in which it reaches out to involve diverse communities in our community?
Thank you. Yes, so we started the Globe Theatre School in 2006, and the theatre school is a multidisciplinary theatre school that includes improvisation, percussion, media arts, movement, and it's a very creative program, and children as young as 2 and 3 years old actually make their own work. And so they're learning from a very young age that they are creators, that they're artists, that they have a voice, and that they can share that voice with others. And the program goes right up to adults. We also have an outreach program where we reach another 500 students. We reach roughly 500 every year inside the building, another 500 in core area schools throughout the city. So we do 100 workshops a year. And those are the same format where we have multiple teachers. The students are engaged in a range of performance activities, and there's little presentations at the end. And we offer those free of charge to the schools. We also run an Improv for Autism program that started 7 years ago, and it now runs almost year-round. And we have a teen program and an adult program. And the Autism Resource Center has provided a lot of support outlining what we do in that program as well. We work at Coacatus. We do a residency there every year. And since we started the Globe Conservatory, Actor Conservatory Training Program in 2008. We've graduated 51 actors from that program. We shifted our focus in 2017 to training Indigenous artists. We knew that we were going to be doing Making Treaty 4 this season, and we wanted to train local Indigenous artists to be the performers in that production. So they've been working, training with us and with professionals from across Canada since August of 2017. And those trainers have included Michael Grey Eyes, who's a very well-known Indigenous actor, director, teacher, film actor from Treaty 6 territory, and Catherine McKinnon from Stratford Festival. Carlos Rivera is with us now as the choreographer, and he's done a number of workshops with us. So that training has been going on for 2 years with the Indigenous artists, not just in Making Treaty 4, but we opened it up to a much wider community, and we did a year of open gatherings with Indigenous artists, emerging artists interested in doing the Red Sisters. So we did that production last April. And out of that, some of the performers were identified to come into the Making Treaty 4 project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, we have two architects with us this evening. So my question is, what will be the impact of the changes to the Globe Theatre building on the mall and the plaza and that downtown area?
I'll answer that. Through Your Worship, the impact on Scarth Street will primarily be around where the existing ramp and access to the building is located. I would say diplomatically that the entrance to the Globe Theatre is a little bit mysterious if you haven't been there before. So there'll be a simplification of the way that one enters the building, and also an increase in the accessibility of the building to people who have mobility issues as well as visually impaired and anybody that needs assistance. I would also say that it'll be a much more dramatic, if I can use that word, entrance to the Globe Theatre than it currently is.
Okay. Could you talk a little bit about the dramatic entrance?
I don't know, can I?
So what James MP3 architects have proposed is a glass portico in the front of the building, replacing the crumbling ramp and staircase that's currently there. And so that will engage the street. They're also proposing opening up the Juliet balconies that are on the building now. I don't know that the post office ever knew that there would be Juliet balconies opened at a theatre in that building, but that's what they're called, Juliet building. And we're hoping to open those up as well.
I was looking for permission, but she could be an architect, I would say. I think the best example, if you've seen the entrance to the Walter Scott building off of Albert Street, which is a glass box on the front of that 1950s building, that would be something that would be very comparable to what we have conceptualized for this project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. We're talking $29 million?
Yes.
Is there any other government agencies or other places where you would look to get funding to offset the $29 million besides the three levels of government and yourselves?
So there's sort of a series of envelopes with the federal government. So this is through the Canada Infrastructure Program that we're currently applying. And if there's additional costs that cannot be foreseen at this time, which we're quite determined to stay within budget, but if there was something unforeseen that arose, we can also go to the Cultural Spaces Fund, which is a federal program. There's also the Western Economic Diversification Program, which supported us when we did a renovation in 2005. So there's a number of different options that we have going forward.
So if I could, through you, would that then reduce each levels of government's contribution if they were to be if you were to be successful?
So through the Canadian Infrastructure Program, what they want is a commitment from the three levels of government. So that's a requirement of this program, is that each level of government is making a contribution. The federal government will be making the largest contribution to this project, but the first domino, if you will, that needs to fall is the city support. And that's where that one-third, one-third, one-third came in, was around the Canada Infrastructure Program.
So if it's one-third, one-third, one-third through you, how does the federal government become the bigger contributor?
Because the project has grown since we first proposed it, from 25 million to 29 million,
so
they're aware that that has changed since it was first proposed.
So I got to ask the question, and I talked to one of your delegates on Saturday evening. If you knew the building was in as dire need as it is, why would you go and buy it, first of all? And why wouldn't you look at a different location and you could build a Taj Mahal for about $10 million? Maybe I'm wrong on the $10 million, but I don't think I'm that far off. I think for $10 million, you could find yourself a very lovely location with parking, with proper access, with everything. Why would you spend $25 million?
Through your worship, I'm glad you don't do our estimating, Councillor Flagel. No, $10 million is it's probably in the order of magnitude, I believe, from the standalone study that was done that was in the range of about $60 million.
Sorry?
It was in the range of about $60 million.
16?
6-0.
6-0?
Yeah, for a fully fit-out replacement for the Globe Theatre of a comparable main stage. Would have included more significant support space than what is contemplated in the current location, given the restrictions of the building envelope. And that also considered things like land purchases, land development costs, infrastructure costs like civil engineering, parking lots, things like that. So, no, it's a significantly larger investment for a fully built-out and realized theatre of comparable size.
So give me a comparative, if you could. Connexus building, they're building on the park. How much is that?
It'd be in about the $40 million range.
$40 million.
Yeah.
So you're actually telling me that to build something to accommodate the Globe would cost another $20 million?
Yeah, you're looking at a highly specialized space.
Okay.
So yeah, it's per square foot cost is fairly significant. I would say it's probably comparable to the provincial lab, the Roy Romano Provincial Lab, in terms of its cost per square foot and just overall complexity.
Okay. Okay, good. Ticket prices today, are they going to have to change because of this? And what are the prices today actually for a main stage?
So we start at every performance. There's what we call economy seating, and those are $30 plus taxes and fees. And then standard is $58, and premium, I believe, is $69.83.
So what does the $30 ticket end up costing you?
Plus, it's $30 plus taxes and fees. $38.85.
Okay.
I got the right people here tonight.
Yeah.
There's an echo in here.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is we have a building that is in need of some repair. And if all levels of government are putting in $6.6 million plus the feds kicking in another $4 million, is that going to be enough? Is that going to get you to where you need to be and not for 5 years coming back and saying, well, we need to do this now and we need to do that? Is this going to be is this a 30-year plan or is this a 12-year plan, or where is it on the planning stages? For how many years?
We're not building this. It's not a stick house.
No.
It's going to last for a long time. And the desire is to create a state-of-the-art theater that will serve this community for decades going forward. So the facade of the building will be completely preserved and restored. The copper will be replaced. We'll get rid of the bats. And we're going to hollow out the building and put in a beautiful facility that's not only going to benefit Globe Theatre, it's going to totally be supportive of local artists, local arts organization, our patrons, and local businesses. The spin-off effect of Globe Theatre every year is $3 million. Okay. So you asked about ticket prices. On the main stage, for example, for Making Treaty 4, there are 100 pay-what-you-can tickets available for every single performance, because we want to make sure that is a completely accessible performance. And we do that for a number of different productions, depending on the kind of community that we want to serve.
Okay, thank you. One more thing. So if it's approved tonight, how long before you have your first opening at the new theater?
It'll take a year to complete the schematic drawings and do the planning and to upfit another space. And then I always trust estimates in terms of how long it's going to take to renovate. That's why my house was such a nightmare to renovate. So they're saying 23 months. It probably will be a bit longer than that. So I would say 3 years. Around 3 years.
Roughly? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always liked to know that. So
yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, it seems to be Heritage Night here at Council. So this project crosses a lot of tick marks off in the boxes. It's education, recreation, culture. It gets pulled under the program for the federal government through the Heritage and Culture, if I'm not mistaken. This building, it's a solid foundation. You're gutting the inside totally, but you're starting out with an industrial building that's heritage designation, that's nice and structurally sound and good to build off of. No questions?
Go ahead.
Actually, there were some structural items that needed to be dealt with in a remedial fashion, about 2 years ago, I think. The structure of the building in the basement was starting to rust. There were steel columns wrapped in brick. They were original to the building, and due to seepage from around the perimeter of the foundation, the steel columns were beginning to fail. So our structural engineer, Jim Kenyon, recommended some remedial work to them and some additional waterproofing. So that work is being done, which has stabilized the building. If that work hadn't been completed, the Globe would have been at risk. And I would say professionally that without a major intervention in the near future, the Globe Theatre the building would be at risk.
So not only the Globe Theatre, but we'd be losing another heritage building in our city, and we have very few of that age and style left. So I think that's enough for me to understand what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much for answering questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you so much. Now we'll look at the main report, which is about a lot of other projects compared to the Globe Theatre, though that was an important one. This is our priority projects for investing in Canada infrastructure program. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. I rise into CR 19-23. The City of Regina priority project, investing in Canada infrastructure program, transit, green and social stream. The overall Saskatchewan will receive about $896.32 million over the 10 years through the ICIP as follows. One, public transit, which will receive $307.87 million. Green infrastructure will receive $416 million.33. Community, culture, recreation, infrastructure, social will receive $56.21 million. And rural and northern communities will receive $115.91 million. At this point in time, it is not known whether municipalities will receive a specific allocation or whether all applications will be assessed on a competitive basis. So, Your Worship, the administration recommends for consideration the following projects. And what we're debating tonight is the list. And the list is, as I read before, the public transit, green infrastructure, social, community, cultural, and recreational. So these projects are summarized in details in this report. And like I said before, what we are looking at today is a priority list. Thank you, Worship.
Seconder for the report, please. Councillor Hawkins. Speaker to the report, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I support the list and I support the motion, but I particularly want to speak about the Globe Theatre. It's a rare and fortunate evening at Council tonight in which we have the Riders and then the Globe back to back. What the Riders are to sport in this city, the Globe is to culture, first in class. The Globe produces the very best live theatre in this country. Make no mistake about it. More than that, at the urging of this council and this city administration, the Globe has agreed to stay downtown. And by staying downtown, it's a magnet for a vibrant city inner core. It brings people downtown. It involves the whole urban community in the downtown. And even more than that, as Ruth pointed out, the Globe reaches out to all communities in our city, young, old, Aboriginal, male, female, everyone has a place at the Globe. So I want to urge that we press the Globe's request for money, that we support it, and in our negotiations with both the federal and the provincial government with respect to the list, I want to urge that we underline just how important the Globe is to this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with what Councillor Hawkins has said, that the Globe does great work. Theatre and art is very important to our city. One of the questions that I do have is that we have other theatres in this city as well. Not just a few, but there's quite a few that do great work as well, that offer live theatre. And I guess the question I'm going to ask is, if we are going to be putting the Globe on the list, how are we going to, and we're opening it to nonprofits in this, are we going to be then looking at other theaters coming forward for some funding? Is that going to be an option? Through your worship.
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship. Council needs to remember the history of how the Globe Theatre was put forward and recommended for funding. So it does go back to the recreation plan of 2010. It also goes back to our downtown revitalization and the fact that we encourage the Globe Theatre to stay downtown. It's important also that when the Globe Theatre was put forward as a project, at that point the funding was one-third, one-third, one-third. In the new Infrastructure Canada program, the federal government will contribute 40%. The province will do 33 and a third, and the city does 26.7. So depending on the overall cost of the project, if the city was to contribute the 6.6, that would, through this program, generate a greater level of investment from both the province and the feds. We have, as you've indicated, a number of performing arts groups in our community. We have gotten involved in terms of community investments and support for other facilities, Performing Arts Center, that at one point was owned by the city and then sold to that group. So, it's somewhat case specific in terms of the level of support that we're able to provide. In this case, this is a unique circumstance. As Ms. Smiley indicated, there's an opportunity to, open the doors and welcome some of the other performing art groups. So can the city be everything to everybody? Absolutely not. There is some historical rationale for why the Globe was discussed for funding dating back to when it was brought forward.
Good. Thank you for that. I think it's very important, and I appreciate Ms. Smiley's words that other theaters will be able to be involved or use the facility, which I think is it's very, very important. In this list that you've provided us, speaking away from the Globe, but looking at the whole list, under social, it funds, it's to build better communities and improve social inclusion. So do you know what are some of the other projects that have not made the list in the social, because it does address daycare and housing, affordable housing for homelessness. Were there things in there that did not make the list? If you could just share what were a few of those. Your Worship.
Mr. Holden.
So through your Worship, I don't have the entire list in front of me. I can endeavor to share that with Council as a follow-up. I think it's important that in the social, which is really community, culture, and recreation, the total funding for the entire province is $56.21 million over 10 years. The reality is, if the Globe Theatre moves forward and the City of Regina contributes $6.6 million, that most likely will be the full allocation that we would receive from the province. So Councillor Fundura indicated that as of right now, we don't have an indication whether we will be applying and competing in a standalone submitting an application, or whether the City of Regina will get an allocation. If we were to get an allocation like we've had in the past, it would be in the range of about $8 million. So the reality is that although we've put projects on the list like the Lawson Aquatic Center and the outdoor aquatics, the amount of funding that will be available for Regina through that stream is very small.
Councilor Bershani, just one thing, just as a point of interest, I'm quite certain that housing and homelessness is not qualifying under this envelope. It's a separate one for social housing and the national housing strategy. Homelessness is not part of this funding.
Can I just ask, because through your chair, I did read that housing, social housing is in there.
Not homelessness, though.
Well,
so I'll ask Ms. Harmachuk, who's our primary contact with the federal and provincial government, to provide comment.
Ms. Harmachuk?
Through your Worship, homelessness in and of itself is not an eligible category. Social housing, but we don't build social housing units, so we do grants and other stuff. But homelessness in and of itself is not an eligible.
Whatever. Good. Okay. Well, I'll leave it there. I think that we know that heritage, and it's in the building that it's in, is very important to restore. And if that's a piece of it, I think that's very important. And the work that the theater does with it, the whole arts community is very important. So thank you for the work for city administration as well to compile the list.
Thank you, Councillor Brashani. Councillor Young?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to very quickly point out the fact that there are several large cultural institutions in the city that are partners, cultural partners of the city, which means that they have to justify the grants they get by meeting the goals of the city and carrying out the work of the city. So they are our partners. And all the work that's done with children and people in the community is just one of the things they do to qualify them for city grants going forward. So it's not just a theater, it's a theater cultural partner of the city.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I know we've done a lot of talk on the Globe Theatre tonight, but I think the focus for me on this list is bigger than that. We're talking about outdoor pools. We're talking about transit enhancements. We're talking about a new fare system and dispatch system for software for paratransit. So I don't want to lose all of this in one spot, because there's so much more in this report than that one item. Although that item is important, I think there's many important items in this that we're just touching upon tonight. We know there's only limited funding. We need to provide a list. This is the list moving forward of a bunch of priorities that we have as a city, and I think it's appropriate, this list, to be sent forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to clear up this list we're submitting with these different items on it. These items aren't guaranteed to be taken up by the government and followed through with. They get to pick in any order they want if they're going to fulfill and provide any funding for the items listed off on this list, correct?
Mr. Holden.
Through you, Your Worship, it's important to remember that Council is endorsing a list tonight. These are the lists in order of priority that the administration recommends. This really starts the discussion with the federal government and the province. They've put out an expression of interest, so we'll be submitting these projects to the province by mid-April. What they'll be doing is capturing, I guess, the infrastructure requirements and the types of projects that municipalities, towns, and villages from across Saskatchewan would like to see investment in. And then towards the fall, they will actually ask for an official application process. So at that point, we will look at, following our discussions with the province, which projects we should be advancing. And at any time, if a new project comes up or a new investment priority comes up, then we can add to the list or modify the list. Obviously, we have infrastructure longer-term plans in place. We have a 5-year capital plan. We're bringing forward and recommending to Council the projects that we believe are of greatest priority. But this really begins the conversation, and there will be lots of negotiation and discussion, and Council will sign off on the individual projects as they come forward.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. A couple of things on green infrastructure page, and it says implementation of residential organic and processing at $5.6 million. Was it not $7.7 million last fall when we started talking about this, or did that include the pilot project?
Mr. Holden?
So through you, Your Worship, the pilot project, that funding was in our 2019 budget. Some of these projects we're putting forward the cost, and we're putting forward the cost that we hope to be able to leverage in terms of maximizing the funding that the other orders of government would provide. I would ask Mr. Onrait to provide specific comment about the value of the implementation, whether it's 5.6 or total 7.7, if he has that information.
Okay. Mr. Onrait.
Through Your Worship, so I believe the 7.7 million included the pilot. The 5.6 million that is in the report would be for work continuing after the pilot project. So if the pilot project was successful and Council made a decision to move forward with implementing a full-term plan, then that would be part of the that would be the $5.6 million.
Okay. Clarify for me, is that an absolute go-ahead, this 5 point, I mean, we're going to do the pilot project. Is that an absolute for sure? It seemed to me there was something that was going to come back in the spring that we're not quite sure we're going to do it yet, because the numbers at the time when we talked about residents utilizing the organic system was only like 25 or 30%. And are we still going to go ahead with the $3 million pilot project based on those numbers?
Mr. Holden?
So through you, Your Worship, we're proceeding with the pilot project. And when we say pilot project, we're really looking at what is the best organic solution for Regina.
Okay.
And then once we've gone through the pilot, then obviously we'll be bringing reports to say if we want to now implement this throughout the city on a citywide basis, then that will become a request in terms of our budget ask.
Okay, so just to say we're not going to stop the pilot project. We're not going to have a meeting in April or May to say, no, hang on a minute.
Mr. Holden?
Through Your Worship, no, the pilot project will be continuing.
Okay, so on the same green infrastructure, I have one other question here about number 5, and it says landfill gas to energy engine, and it talks about decomposition of organic waste, and it's going to talk about it. But so if we're going to do the organic is what the decomposition is. If we're taking organics out of the dump or not adding to it, why would we need to spend $6.5 million on land gas well field, I guess is what it's called, when we're reducing we're not putting our organics out there anymore. So kind of are we spending $6.5 million because it's here? I don't know.
Mr. Holden?
So through Your Worship, Council will recall that we just had an announcement with Minister Goodale in town in terms of expanding the number of wells at the landfill site. You are familiar, of course, with our landfill gas to energy project. We could add another engine down the road, which would allow us then to create more energy and then, of course, sell that back to the grid through SAS Power. So this is an expansion of what exists today.
Okay.
So the fact that, yes, if we reduce the amount of organics that goes to the landfill down the road, we would have less of a requirement. But the reality is we have enough energy in the landfill and methane gas to extract that it's worth the investment in terms of expansion moving forward.
Okay, thanks. And one more quick point is on the Globe Theatre. You know what? I don't have a problem with it. I think it's going to be a great thing for the future. It looks after a certain dynamic that the city has. Sporting events, stadiums, cultural, all those kind of mixed together. But when you look at a Grey Cup and you got 40,000 people there or in one showing, I don't know how many people go to the Globe throughout a year, but in a full season, there's over 400,000 people that utilize that stadium. So to put $1 million to the Grey Cup, to put $25 million into the Globe to build the community, to me, in some ways, it's equal. So I'm good with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Other speakers to the report? Councillor Fendura, do you want to take the seat, please?
Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I rise to support the list that's being put forward. I want to thank the administration for the work they've done to compile the list and for members of council to consider this in executive committee and refine these over a number of years. Councillor Bryce got to the point I wanted to get to, but I want to reiterate it in a different way. That the public transit priorities, they're listed on page 3, really do mirror our downtown master plan, our transportation master plan. We look at the community, culture, and recreation at the bottom of the page. It lists the recreation master plan that we've just approved in terms of what the priorities are. The green envelope lists the priorities that our council has been talking about for some time. So quickly, I just want to say, in terms of transit, a hub for downtown, a series of investments to really increase ridership for transit around the city. For green, The Buffalo Pound Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant, or Water Treatment Plant Renewal, $150 million. That is critical to sustainability of our community and growth for our community and for southern Saskatchewan. The Lawson Aquatic Center, additional indoor recreation center, $80 million. Number one priority in our rec plan. These projects reflect exactly the priorities of our council for a number of years. So I'm very pleased to support the entire report. That being said, I want to focus just for a moment on the Globe Theatre, since that has been the subject of our delegation. I fully support this project, and I want to thank Ruth Smiley and her staff for persevering over quite a long period of time to move this forward, as well as the board of directors. They have a fundraising committee that's done a wonderful job to express community support for this. I spoke about culture when I spoke about the riders. That is culture. But this is culture as well in a more broad sense of the term. This is about art, theater, really foundational for our city. The Globe being downtown is really critical for the foundation of our downtown, the growth of our downtown. Not just because of our heritage building, but the activity of a theater downtown just fits so well. This is a project that may be imminently approved by the federal government and the province. Councillor Hawkins is exactly right. This is a number one priority for us because the federal government has said it's a priority for them. And the province, I believe, is saying this is a priority for them as well. So this is a wonderful way for us to, again, support what makes us uniquely in Regina ourselves, which is a theater in the round. So I support the list. I support the Globe Theatre going forward. Last point I'll make is that, and Mr. Holden mentioned this briefly, this is a dynamic list that could change at any time. The federal government may say there's another priority that we have here. And I'll give you an example. Could well be announced relatively soon funding for the water treatment plant at Buffalo Pond to expand that. We have to be prepared to step up and do our part for that funding as well. And it could be that the province has another priority they want to do on our list. This list, once we approve it, we'll give it to them informally before. They'll get it again. This is our list. This is our priorities. As long as we know it's a dynamic list that changes over time. But I'm really happy that it appears very much the stars are aligning for the Globe Theatre to get this funding, and I'm really pleased to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship.
If there are no other speakers, I'm going to call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. That's good. Move on to our last delegation of the evening, Ron Nugent. Mr. Nugent, welcome to City Council. I believe this is your first time here. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you are, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and we may have questions for you.
Thank you. My name is Ron Nugent. I represent the majority of the Ledger Bay neighborhood. In fact, every single household with the exception of the applicants. I want to thank you very much for letting us view our thoughts. The administration has done an excellent job with reviewing and reflecting our views and concerns on this item. We support their recommendation and the recommendation of the Planning Commission to deny this application. In the interest of brevity, we have chosen to focus on 4 points that we feel have the most adverse effect on our neighborhood. Number one is the adjacent properties. With the addition of this commercial for-profit business, it would have a negative impact on the enjoyment of our properties. The noise from the existing 12-child daycare in a small backyard is quite loud. Having a 30-child daycare center in a small backyard play area would be simply untenable and will adversely affect all properties in proximity to the daycare center. A 30-person daycare center would have a very negative impact on the potential real estate values in our bay. Number two is the character of the neighborhood. This cul-de-sac was not intended for commercial purposes. We all purchased on this bay with the expectation of a quiet, family-oriented residential neighborhood. Number three is parking concerns. There are only 4 legal on-street parking spots on our bay. The applicants have attempted to address the parking issues in their plan. However, it is currently impossible to provide sufficient legal parking for the current 12 child daycare with the number of vehicles that drop off and pick up children in the narrow confines of our bay. Having a 30-child daycare center in this residential area will cause havoc, resulting in total chaos. That would mean 50 to 60 cars a day coming into our small bay. It is not legal to park adjacent to the island boulevard in the bay, as many of us over the years have been ticketed. We frequently observe several vehicles parked at the island, as well as abandoned in the middle of the bay, in the middle of the streets, often with the car doors left wide open. Number 4 is traffic and safety. A 30-child daycare center equates to high volume of traffic within a short span of time, twice a day. Morning drop-off times between 7 and 9, and pickup times between 4 and 6 p.m. These times coincide with normal morning and after-work traffic of the residents of Ledger Bay. In conclusion, allowing a 30-day childcare on this residential bay would adversely affect the social and safety aspect of our close-knit residential community. I want to thank you, and I'm open for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll see if there are any questions. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Welcome back, or welcome to council. You're at the other meeting we were talking about this. What does it do to your backyard? You're right next door, are you not?
I'm right next door, and one of the other people here are on the other side right next door.
Okay.
With the 12-child daycare, it's very loud. I mean, okay. It's like living beside a playground. As I mentioned at the Planning Commission meeting, 2 or 3 children playing next door is a wonderful thing. When you get, actually they have more than 12. The kids there now, they have about 18 kids. But when you get a number of kids like that screaming and hollering and playing, which is great, but it's a lot of noise. We come home in the afternoon and want to have a quiet cocktail after work. It's almost impossible to sit on the deck. It's just a lot of noise. So, I mean, we put up with it. I mean, we're fine with it. But to take that from 12 children to 30 plus children takes it over the line.
Yeah. Thanks. I think I asked you this last time we spoke. Does this current situation meet the guidelines?
Well, that's not for you people to decide. It's licensed for 12, and all the neighborhood have done their own surveys on numerous times. And although licensed for 12, they are 18 to 19 children there on a daily basis. Okay. So that's an item we'll take up with the Department of Education.
Yeah.
It's not that we're against the neighborhood. They're great people, and they're nice people. But, I mean, we don't want to deny them a living. But to take it to a commercial stage where there'll be no one living in the house, by the way. They've already, in the application, they're going to vacate the premises and make it a commercial building, which... I'm sorry, if you live on a small bay, we all purchased on that bay with the thought that it's going to be residential, not a commercial building with 50 to 60 cars a day coming in.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to ask you that about them living in the house, but
they're good people. They have no problem with that, but you just can't take it to that size.
Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. Through the chair, Mr. Nugent, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to ask you this because I don't see the owner or the applicants as a delegation tonight.
They're not.
And were they at the Planning Commission?
They were not.
Okay. So my question for you then is, if you have spoken with them, are they aware that they would be in contravention of a bylaw if we were to pass it, a zoning bylaw, specifically 9250?
Well, I personally have not spoken to them regarding that.
Okay. Thanks.
I mean, one of our other neighbors in conversation with them said that they've already dropped the application, although that I don't have any proof of that, and I'm not taking a chance.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I just was wondering if you've already spoken with them or not. So, okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out through the chair. I don't have many calls for this type of situation in my ward so far. This is my first
time up to that. I was just wondering how you found the process. It sounds like dealing with administration, looking at the report that came through and the recommendations of the committee, were all in line with your expectations, your common sense. How was the procedure for you?
Well, for us, it worked out very well, I believe. We got together as a neighborhood group, and we all had our discussion points, and everyone submitted to the administration, and the administration, we think they've done a wonderful job. They reflected our views and our thoughts very accurately to the Planning Commission. And in the Planning Commission, we were very pleased with the way that went. It was all very organized, and we were just pleased with the whole process. We just hope that the conclusion is right.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you very much.
Councilor Massanelli. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and look at the main report. Councilor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I bring forward CR24, a discretionary use application for a proposed child daycare center at 6339 Ledger Bay. The recommendation of the administration was that the discretionary use application for this proposed child daycare center be denied. The residential home has an existing, as we just heard, 12-child daycare, and this would move it to a 30-child commercial daycare center. The proposal doesn't comply with the purpose and intent in zoning bylaw number 9250, specifically those related to daycare services being compatible with surrounding land uses. I'd like to thank the members of Ledger Bay for staying so long this evening and coming, but you learned a lot about the city tonight too, which was really good. So it was an education. Mm-hmm. There's a boulevard or a bay. Pardon?
Island?
An island in the middle of this cul-de-sac, which makes, if you have been in one of those or driven in them, it makes it very difficult if cars are parked to even get around that. So the zoning criteria that were considered by the city was consistency with the site, neighborhood land uses, intensity, character of the neighborhood, traffic, parking, and a public right-of-way. If the proposed center was on an arterial or a street and not on a cul-de-sac, the proposal could be considered as a discretionary use. There are 6 child care daycare centers operating with previously residential dwellings in the city, and all those dwellings are on arterials, corner lots adjacent to a park space or busier streets. Each center is assessed on its own merits. There's no existing child daycare center located in a residential area cul-de-sac within the city. So the Planning Commission did discuss the importance, though, of child care centers, and one member indicated that he would not want to discourage child care centers, which are important to the city of Regina. However, the site proposed for this center did not meet the criteria in the zoning bylaw, and the Planning Commission agreed with administration that to approve the recommendation to deny the discretionary use application.
Thank you, Councilor. Can I have a seconder for that report, please? Councilor Massanelli. Discussion on the report. Councilor Stevens.
Just one, actually. There was some back and forth in the report around noise, and the city responded at one point with there has not been a study done. Am I to learn from this that noisy kids and noisy neighborhoods could be subject to further investigation around noise? Is this something that would accompany a daycare or childcare facility entering into a neighborhood?
Ms. Howard?
Through your worship, no, at this point, I mean, we have our noise bylaw and those sorts of things, so that is something. But obviously, when we take what the neighbors have brought forward into consideration, but definitely the hours of operation. When we look at any business and noise-related things, we always look at the hours of business.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions or comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now we'll move on to Executive Committee reports. We have the appointments to the Warehouse District Business Improvement District. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to introduce CR 19-25. 2019 appointments to Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District Board.
Have a seconder for that, please. Councilor Massanelli. Okay.
Thank you, Worship. The recommendation of Executive Committee is on behalf of the nominating committee, it is recommended that the following appointments to be approved to Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District Board. Number one, that Mr. Mike Brown will serve from March 1st, 2019 to December 31st, 2019. Mr. Frank McNally, March 1st, 2019 to December 31st, 2019. Mr. Don Black, March 1st, 2019 to December 31st, 2019. Mr. Mark Heiss to March 1st, 2019 to December 31st, 2019. And Mr. Thomas Williams, March 1st, 2019 to December 31st, 2019. And number two, Your Worship, that Mr. Fred, I think I called him something else before. Yeah, Mr. Fred Meal be removed from the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District Board. And three, that Ms. Megan McCormick be appointed for the term expiring December 31st, 2020. Four, members continue to hold office for the term indicated or until successor are appointed. And number five, that administration review the affected bylaw for the purpose of strengthening eligibility and diversity requirements. Thank you, Your Worship.
Discussion on the report. Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much. Just for some clarity, the one individual that was removed from the board, just so the council knows that if they don't remember from executive, is just because they don't reside in the province anymore. There's no other reason than that. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray, for that. Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Next report from Executive Committee is the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant Corporation election of directors. Councillor Fundura.
I wish to introduce CR 19-26, Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, election of directors. Recommendation of the Executive Committee that the Executive Director, Financial Strategy and Sustainability as the City's proxy be authorized to exercise the City's voting rights at the upcoming the Buffalo Pound Treatment Corporation membership meeting to elect the following individuals to the Board of Directors for 3 years, terms ending April 2022. One name here, we have Judy May and Dale Schofer.
Seconder for that, please. Okay. Councillor Murray. Debate, discussion. All those in favour? Opposed? That's carried. And we have another report. This is on the tentative agreements with the QP Local 21 and Local 7. Councillor Fundura.
Your Worship, I rise to introduce CR 19-27, tentative agreement with Canadian Union of Public Employees, QP Local 21 and Local 7. The recommendation of the Executive Committee that the tentative agreement between the City of Regina, City, the QP Local 21, and the City of Regina, QP Local 7 be approved.
The seconder for that, please. Councillor Hawkins.
So, Your Worship, the QP Local 21 tentatively agreed to a 3-year deal with the general wage increase of 1% effective January 1st, 2019, 1.5% increase effective January 1st of 2020, 1% increase effective January 1st, 2021. Within the changes into the QP collective bargaining, let's say just pick one thing here: certification of what constitutes consistent, or whatever that word is. What it is dirty work. What that means. That's one of those things. I mean, we had kind of fun with it when we talked about that when working at the garbage truck. And some of it is changes to the transfer list language. That's within the negotiations with the Local 21. And then let's continue with agreement. And again, another thing that we actually applaud and congratulated everyone involved on both sides of the table was the quickness of agreeing. The agreement was achieved after only 6 days of negotiations. So, Your Worship, I have to say congratulations to both sides of the table. What come out of that one is a very well oiled machine and respect on both sides. So it makes our job easy. And then QP Local 7, exactly the same again. 1% for January 1, 2019, 1.5 January 1st, 2020, and then 1% effective January 1st, 21. And again, some of the changes to their agreements were changes to the maternity, parental, and adoption leave. and some of the removal of the shift differential, premium, just some of the things. And again, same thing. The agreement was achieved in 5 days. So I would have to say, everybody involved, congratulations on that. That's just absolutely awesome. And then a very good relation building here and trust and all that. So, Your Worship, this is
Thank
it.
you, Councilor Ventura. I don't know if the administration has any comments on this at all. Mr. Holden?
Through Your Worship, the only thing I would reinforce is the fact that the negotiated agreements happen very quickly, 6 days and 5 days. I think that's a testament to not only the strength of our collective bargaining team from our organization and people department, but also just the relationship that we have with both Local 7 and Local 21. So they've just recently had their votes, and a very high percentage in terms of the endorsement from, in terms of their ratification votes. So with Council's approval in a few minutes, we'll be able to execute those agreements and provide some labor security so that we can continue to provide services to residents until the end of 2022. Thank you,
Mr. Holder. Congratulations to you and your staff on a job very well done. There's no speakers to the report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Public Works and Infrastructure. This is the wastewater capacity upgrades on the South Trunk project. Councilor Ventura.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise to introduce CR 19-28. It's the wastewater capacity upgrade South Trunk project issue, request for proposal, and award engineering services contract. Recommendation of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee that the Executive Director of Citizen Services or designate be authorized to initiate a public procurement process to engage consulting and professional engineering services for the wastewater capacity upgrades South Trunk project. Number 2, that the Executive Director of Citizen Services or designate be authorized to negotiate, award, and enter into contract with the highest ranked proponent from the public procurement process. And number 3, that the City Clerk be authorized to execute the contract with the highest ranked proponent upon review and approval of the City Solicitor.
Seconder, please. Councilor Massanelli again.
So, there you go. So, Your Worship, administration is proceeding with the design and upgrades to the south wastewater trunk. It's a required service. They require engineering services, so that means is it comes here because the administration is asking council approval because the expense will be over $750,000. So the administration asks for council for approval. And again, this project is part of the long-term strategy to increase the capacity in the wastewater collection system. So what happens here too? It helps. Well, it is a compliance from the wastewater water security agency first of all, and some of the City of Virginia commitments, Your Worship. What happens here is that the upgrades will focus on reducing the risk of wastewater passing through Wascana Creek. And the biggest issue that always everyone has would be the backup in the sewer backup in their residential homes. And another thing too, what will help us is this upgrade will give us the support in our growth up to our 300,000 population. So the construction, Your Worship, will go in phases to mitigate, be in multiple years, and to mitigate with the availability of our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ventura. That's great. Councilor Massanelli.
Thank you. Reading through, I see that this is awarded to the highest ranked proponent. How do you define that? It's not just the most minimal cost. How does the ranking system work?
Mr. Onright?
Through Your Worship, I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Doney to add some comments. So the criteria will be laid out in the RFP and what the project looks like. So there's numerous aspects taken into consideration when those proposals come in. So it is not just about cost. There's many different aspects to the grading of the proposal. So I'll ask Mr. Doney to provide more comments.
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Your Worship. As mentioned, there's a number of different criteria that we look at. We look at the the team's experience, the company's experience, the individuals working on the project's experience. We also look at past projects that the company has done with the City of Regina. And probably most important is we look at the methodology that they're going to use to ensure we get the intended benefits for the project.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Mastinelli. Other questions or comments on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have 2 Planning Commission reports. Councilor Young?
Yes, Your Worship. Thank you. I bring forward CR 1929. It's a discretionary use application for proposed warehousing and processing of hazardous materials and waste on 855 Park Street.
Could I have a second for that, please? Councilor Flegel? Okay. Continue on. Just got to ask for a seconder.
Oh, okay. I thought you voted already and I could just sit down.
Not so lucky.
This property is zoned IB medium industrial. Warehousing hazardous materials is a discretionary use. And so this would be a conditional approval because they have to get provincial ministerial approvals from the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Agriculture before the business could operate in the city. And the City of Regina's approval would be conditional upon those being obtained. The City of Regina was satisfied that there were no proposed air emissions, solid waste residues, noise, or wastewater concerns. The facility is proposed also to be certified by the Agrochemical Warehousing Standards Association and audited every 2 years by third-party auditors. The proposed use is also subject to analysis of both the National Building Code and National Fire Code by a professional designer. In addition, as part of the discretionary use, the applicant also submitted an industrial use application to determine the environmental impact and risks, which includes a list of hazardous materials used, as well as an emergency response plan, which has been accepted. Regina Planning Commission approved the administration's recommendation with the conditions and asked for concurrence.
The question of the administration related to the recommendation, and this is part A that's on the screen, is November 25th, 2016. Is that accurate?
I didn't hear that.
The photograph is from 18.
Verify with Mr. Searle. I can't see it.
Your Worship, yes, that was when the building was developed, and now this is a tenant fit-up for the building.
Okay, good enough. Thank you for that. Now, further discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councilor Young.
I introduced CR 1930. It's a discretionary use application for proposed retail use in addition to a shopping center at 803 North Argyle Street. The recommendation is for approval. It's an addition to an existing shopping center for retail use. And it comes to Planning Commission and Council since the current zone local commercial for retail use over 300 square meters is a discretionary use. So they're adding to a shopping area that's already there. Parking will increase from 82 to 114 stalls. Landscaping will be upgraded to conform to current standards. The property is within the moderate aquifer protection overlay zone, and it's required to comply with performance standards through the building permit application process. Planning Commission asked questions about traffic implication for Dr. L.M. Hanna Elementary School. The Public School Board had no specific objection, but if there's further intensification at this site, that will have to include conversations with the Public School Board. So we ask for congruence.
A seconder for that, please. Councilor Flegel. And you want to speak?
A couple of things. This is an extension of for those of you that haven't been to the north, there's a Houston Pizza there with a dry cleaner, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff. And by council opening up Argyle Street North, that's created the demand for more people utilizing Argyle Street. The other portion of that was to look at traffic flow from the children crossing the street at Argyle. And I know administration's in the process of looking at how they can revamp that a little bit or put some lights up, but they can't put street lights or traffic lights because they're at Sangster, and then Davin Crescent is too close as well. What we talked about at Planning Commission on this one too is the landscaping. When they're planting trees in front, back off from the road because they skinned about 7 pine trees, and we need to do that more often and more frequently in our city in new developments, because if you look at Argyle Street, they skinned them up 15 feet, and it doesn't look very good. But they needed to do it for traffic vision and to watch for pedestrians, because they can't see when it's coming around a curve when you got big fat pine trees sitting there and you can't see children crossing the street. The same applies to Lake Ridge and the other areas. So when they're building this, when they're putting this building on this extension, the developer, I don't know, hopefully they'll work with the city administration, because they need to do some landscaping at the front. And so when they do that, they'll hopefully use a bigger setback to keep it off the street. Because if you look at Lake Ridge, on 4 corners of one area, they've skinned the trees again. And they're beautiful trees, and we hate to waste them like that, just because we could have set them back 15 feet. So this is a great little project, and I hope it goes forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Any further discussion on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have tabled MN 19-3 and 4, so we'll move on to notice of motion. Councillor Flegel, and if you could just stick to the motion itself, not the whereas clauses, to read that out.
Okay.
The resolution, therefore, be it resolved.
I don't have it on mine didn't show up. Okay, thank you. I'll stick right to the plan here. Whereas the City of Regina has a winter maintenance policy.
No, just the resolution, therefore be it resolved, not the whereas clauses.
Oh, therefore be it resolved that administration prepare a report for Public Works and Infrastructure Committee for Q2 of 2019 that identifies the cost implications and options for implementing snow fences to commence in Q4 of 2019.
Thank you for that. No debating on that. That's a notice of motion. The last item of business is a bylaw. Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Flegel, that bylaw 2019-8 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Brasciani, that bylaw 2019-8 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Young, the Council hereby consents to bylaw 2019-8 going to third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2019-8 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Bryce, Councillor Stevens seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good night, everyone.